What's up, everybody? All right, so we are going to be doing something a little different today. I'm actually pretty excited about it, just because it gives me a reason to talk about every single item in Factorio. It's it's going to be a lot of fun arguments will be had. Good morning, everybody, or good time zone to whatever time zone you are all in. Sir Moosin, Lolly Q, Jordan, Parappa. So, okay, yeah. So, as people kind of arrive, I'll probably have to say this a bunch of times, but basically, we're going to be doing each tab separately. I have, I made all of these. I'll put links in them when I release it. I do have one that has literally everything, but that's a bit too much, I think, for one list. So what I'm gonna do is separately do each tab, basically. So there's the automation tab, there's the military tab, and we'll do each tab kind of on its own, and then we'll kind of talk through that. And then those will each be a different, I'll release those as different YouTube videos. And then the space tab, because it's a little on the small end, we're gonna do that together with the planet order. So the 6 different ways you can do the planets. So we're gonna do that plus the space tab together as one video. So we'll basically be making 5 YouTube episodes as we go through. And I think we'll get through all of them in one stream, but it's entirely possible that we have so much to talk about that we don't. I mean, look at this, 110 items in the intermediate tab. It's insane. We're gonna have a lot to talk about. But we'll start with the logistics tab as it is on the left, and we'll work our way through things. What's up, Car Step? Work time is getting close to an end. That's always nice. Yeah, so Alor, there's a lot of interesting kind of dynamics here. You know, one of the questions is, do we what's the word that I'm looking for? Like, do we change our ranking based on, what am I doing? Presentation mode, here we go. Do we change our ranking based on, well, all the things, what do we rank these based on? So that's the first thing that we're gonna do before we start any of the actual, you know, stuff, is we're gonna look at our criteria for grading, because, you know, if we don't have like a good criteria, then we're just gonna be going off seat of our pants for every single one, and that's no good. So we're not gonna do that. Let me let's see, let me do something like this, and then drag this over so there's more room for the chat there. Still not enough room, is it? I guess I could always shrink it, but that feels a little odd too. Maybe I could just keep making it smaller. I need like a chat frame. I know that's something a lot of streamers have, but I tend to not play games where that would be helpful or necessary, because the game is taking up the whole screen, so it tends to not matter. But in this case, I think having chat take up more space. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna duplicate this scene collection and call it Tierlisting, and then I can just delete it later. So for now, we can make the chats larger. We'll make that 600 tall. And we'll make YouTube chat 500 tall, because it shouldn't be bigger than the Twitch one. Gotta make sure that the user experience for Twitch users is no less than okay, what else am I doing here? So then I need to go into the app and change the timing on these. So settings, no, what am I doing? Widgets, Twitch chat. Disappear after 60 seconds. Okay, I'm trying to type 60, and when I type a 6 is too small for the minimum, so it replaces it with 10. So typing 60 results in me actually ending up typing 100. That is really weird. That is really weird indeed. Okay, so Twitch chat at 60 seconds, YouTube chat at 55 seconds. So that should last a while. Okay, so let me get test here. Make sure that actually stays up for 55 seconds. Also, what's up with these colors, man? Why is red the top color? No. Like purple is S tier. And then we go green, and then we go yellow, and then we go orange, and then we go red, and then we go gray. Because gray sucks. It does seem like the 55 seconds is working. Cool. Sorry if weird, but you feature in my dreams. That's not weird at all. I've definitely had that happen when I watch YouTube videos to fall asleep to or whatever. Tier listing the colors for the tier list. Yeah, exactly. How was turkey time? Turkey time was great. Thanks for asking. I actually am on the lucky end of people, and I have a family that I enjoy being around and is around, and so those two things combined are really nice. No, Dave, this is not for quality, though we will have to include quality in our grades. The goal is to make the perfect tier list that is objectively correct, that no one can argue with. Well, I mean, people can do whatever they want, but we're going to be right. We're going to make the right tier list. And anyone that disagrees, you know, will be wrong. So, we're going to make the objectively correct tier list. Obviously, being sarcastic. Okay, so then there's one more thing I need to do, which is bring up the, where is it? Pure ref. Okay, so this is where we're gonna like make our criteria. So what do I do? Note. Grading criteria. Is it criterion if you're doing plural? I don't remember when to use the word criterion, but it sounds cool, so I'm gonna do it. All right, maybe we need like a weighted grading system here. I don't know how we're gonna do this. Okay, so we want to think about, oh, criterion is singular. Well, that's boring, but fine. That's why I guess we never use the word criterion. Also, why is the YouTube chat size so much smaller? It should be slightly smaller, but it feels like it's multiple degrees smaller. Oh, it's because the font size is a slider bar, not a number. That's really annoying, actually. Did I change the font for one and not the other? They don't look the same to me. Huh. Roboto is the font for both. Oh well. Yeah, the data datum thing is dead. Data datum dead. Data for everything is appropriate. Same with dice and die. Like, people have given up on being pedantic about that. It's okay to say one dice. Not me. You haven't given up. All right. Let's think about our criteria. So we want to think about, like, we want to think about how much we like it. Is it a pretty color? Does it make me happy? I jest, but at the same time, those will factor in, because obviously some of this is just straight up subjective. So vibes, yeah, exactly. Vibe check is certainly going to be on the list. Yeah, Parappa, I bet ESL stuff is really hard because language changes so fast these days with the globalization of language. And so all these old textbooks are like how people talked 20 years ago. Yeah. Is it Giga Chad? Yeah, that's really the only, I mean, do we need more? We're done. This is the list. We can just call it Criterion. This is the only one. That's it. We're done. All right, moving on to the actual, no. Okay, actually, I want to think about this for a second. I had some in my head and they're all gone because now we're streaming and, you know, the pressure's on. What was I thinking about? Like, one of the things is the usefulness, width and depth. And what I mean by that is, so usefulness in terms of width would be something like a steel chest or an iron chest, right? They're useful in an incredible amount of situations. It's kind of a quantity thing. Like, you're gonna make a lot of them throughout the game because they're useful in a lot of different situations. The depth of usefulness is more like when you're using them, what all can you do with them? Like, can you do more than just one boring thing? Is there a depth to their usefulness, or are they kind of just this one-dimensional, they do what they do and that's it? So a good example of not having a lot of depth to usefulness would be it's funny, I'm looking at a lot of things and they actually all have quite a bit of depth. Maybe like a rail signal. It's like a rail signal only does one. There's no depth to their use. Although, can't you wire them? Can you wire them up? Hold on, I forget. Can you wire up a rail signal? In that case, that increases the depth. Basically, if you can wire it up, the depth is increased. So what's a good example then? Let me look at, I'm just looking at the tab that we have open. I guess cliff explosives are a good example that there's not a lot of depth to them. I guess they're an ingredient in something. Aren't they an ingredient in something? But other than that, they kind of just blow up cliffs and that's it. You know, that's, yeah. So that's a good example of something without much depth. Or even like landfill. Landfill doesn't have a lot of depth to the usefulness. It's a very wide usefulness, but it's not very deep. Ironically, it covers up very deep water. But that's food for thought. I'm 14 and this is deep. All right, so yeah, Jordan, how much does it improve quality of life? How different is playing before versus having it after? Yeah, maybe like that would be an impactfulness question. And is that too similar to usefulness? I don't think so. There is, I was thinking about necessity. How do you spell necessity? Necessary spells like that, but how do you spell necessity? Is it like that? That looks really wrong right now to me. But the problem with necessity is there are many items that are just flat out necessary. Like, oh, you couldn't build your base without wooden power poles. You couldn't build your base without, you know, yellow belts. And yes, I know there might be somewhere that's not quite literally true, but you know, everybody uses yellow belts. With everybody in quotes. Yeah, burner drills, stuff like that. So that's kind of a boring criteria, I think, because there's a lot of items that are necessary, and grading them higher just because you have to use them doesn't feel very fun or interesting to me. So I think funness, like how fun is something to play with. Also, we have actual bullet points here. What am I doing? You know, like rails aren't very interesting in and of themselves. They're not very fun, the actual rail itself, right? Trains, the locomotives will get the grade for funness, but rails won't, because they just carry the trains. There's nothing fun about them. But you may find it very fun to make intersections, and you would grade it higher than I would, you know, or whatever. Like, that's a very subjective thing. Y'all, I need some more ideas for more objective things. Like, obviously, there's lots of different vibes that we can measure, but what are some more like slightly objective things? Rush factor is interesting because that's again subjective, but it's a slightly different subjective measure, and I think that's a decent one. Because a lot of players are going to have similar, like, yes, it's subjective and everyone will disagree at the end of the day, but people are going to have similar vibes about rush factor, you know, like electric drills being fairly high on the list, you know, is going to be in a lot of people's list or whatever. Ray claw flexibility kind of comes with the width versus depth of usefulness. I think that captures it. The cost... Maybe the cost effectiveness. Like, is it worth making given how, and this comes with both research and production. So like, is it worth getting there in the tech tree, that sort of cost, the time and energy to get there and the time and energy to actually make the thing? Is it worth it? How much, you know? But and then again, it's like some of these don't really apply, but I don't know, they do. Yeah, I think cost effectiveness is a good criteria. Pollution? Nah, no one cares about pollution. There are certain items. Maybe we should say unique factors to that item, right? Because like there are lots of unique cases, and each item it's not like we can have one grading criteria related to pollution, because some things don't factor into the pollution question whatsoever. So there's a lot of like categories where certain items have an NA and other items are an A+ and other items are an F. So having unique factors to each item. Vibe check, that kind of goes with funness. I'll just togetherify those. Does it inspire modding? That's funny. I don't know if I'll use that, but duration, how long you use it. Oh yeah. I almost wonder if that kind of just goes with the usefulness piece again, though. Because that's kind of a width of usefulness, but over time instead of situations. So we'll put that in the usefulness. All right, other ideas? Come on, y'all. I'm relying on you. I can't think for myself. That's not true. What else? This is assuming vanilla space age, but yes. So quality effect. There we go. That needs to factor in somewhere. Like, how nice is it when you have a legendary of it? Graphics. Do we like how it looks? Yeah, Glim. Same idea. Quidrex, yeah, we are not gonna rank items that do not exist right now. Basically, I went to the wiki and took all the images from that. So there might be some things that aren't actually items. Like some of them are recipes that show up in the tabs. And I don't think there are any items that don't show up in that tab. So I think it's okay. But if there are, I'm sure you guys will let me know. Hassle. Interesting. How do we quantify that? Hassle. How do we phrase that properly? Maybe ease of use. Rank all the items that no longer exist. Well, now yes and no, right? You can make your steel smelting line in such a way that you then can later replace them with electric furnaces with pre-planing. If you plan ahead for that. Alright, let's move this. I'll make it smaller, I think, so we can just have it there the whole time. Red and green wire is fine because that's been an item for most of Factorio's history. I think that one's acceptable. I don't know why it's on the list though, because that is true. They're no longer items. Naius, I will be weighting these criteria completely arbitrarily at the time of grading, so yes. Filter inserters are not on here though. There's no purple, right? Or am I missing it? Glim, I had that exact thought. I was like, imagine doing this for Pyanodons. It's like 10,000 items or whatever. It would be really hard to even make the list. Like, I don't even know how you'd get all those icons in one folder in an easy way. Because the way I did this was kind of a pain in the butt, but I went to the wiki and I just went through the I went through this and I just right-clicked and saved image as on each of these tabs. That's why they're kind of low resolution, is they're the 32 pixel rather than the 64. Because the problem with using, like, you would need to write some sort of script for it to steal the icons from the game, because the icons in the game, when you look, they're like 3 different versions that are all next to each other, so you can't just upload that because then it looks weird. So yeah, the wiki needs updating. Yeah, that's probably true, but I can't do anything about it right now. You know what we can do? Ah! I didn't mean to do that. How do I retitle? How do I name this? Do I have to save it? Can I change the title without saving it? Title bar appearance. I don't know what I'm doing. Maybe I do need to save it. As grading criteria. Ah, I don't have permission to save in this location in program files. Wait, what? Okay, that was weird. Go away. There we go. All right, what else do we need? Anything? Is this it? Is this a good list? I'll probably put, let's reorder these. So the vibe check. Goes at the bottom. Graphics go before that. Unique factors go before that. Kind of just ordering them sort of in a sense of importance. Okay. All right. I like this. This is good enough. All right, I'm gonna go grab some more coffee real quick, and then we're gonna do this thing. Would I consider it better or worse if one of the ingredients is a lower tier version of the item? What do you mean exactly? All right. I'm actually getting warm. Whew. Like red belt uses yellow belt as an ingredient. Right. I guess I don't understand what you're asking about, how that would affect ranking. Like I'm generally, I guess maybe what I'm trying to say is I don't think that should affect ranking. More or less, that goes into the cost effectiveness, I guess, in terms of like, are its ingredients expensive? I don't think, or maybe what you're asking is what is it ingredients of? And I think I won't, like, should a yellow belt be higher because it's an ingredient of a red belt, which is like, let's say you put red belts really high. And I think no, because then that just kind of makes the whole tech, that just makes things lower down in the tech tree, naturally higher rankings for no good reason. So I think every item should be kind of judged on its own merit and not based on what it either has as ingredients or is ingredients of, apart from just cost overall. Like that, I think that all kind of gets rolled into the cost question. Yeah, I mean, those sorts of things I think go in the like vibe check or just the cost effectiveness questions already a little bit. I don't think I need a separate category for that. All right, let's start making draconian decisions. This is what we're all here for. All right, so let me start recording here. Hello everyone, Krydax here, and welcome to a special episode of sort of Factorio. What we're going to be doing today is tier listing all the items in every single tab of the game, of Factorio Space Age. So we're doing it by tab because doing it all in one video would be too much. So each tab is going to get its own video. The space tab is a little bit light on just the number of things in it. And so what we're going to do is we're going to combine the space tab with ranking the planet orders as well. So the 6 different ways, you know, like do you go Vulcanus, Gleba, Fulgora, or that sort of thing. So we'll rank that in the same video as space. And we're gonna have a lot of fun. We just kind of whipped this up with chat, the grading criteria. So let me explain what that is. And I also just want to start by saying these are the absolute objectively correct rankings, and any disagreement will be met with no, I'm kidding. This is very subjective, and this is obviously a lot based on my opinion. I'm excited to see chat arguing with me and complaining about my my hot takes, but that's part of the fun of it. That's why we're doing tier listing, right? It's meant to be a little bit argumentative almost. That's what's kind of fun about it. So definitely leave your comments, let me know what you think, let me know your hot takes, you know, the things that I put in F tier that you think are S tier, that sort of thing. If you're interested in doing this yourself, these are public tier lists. I'll put links to them in the description of the video. And yeah, we should probably put logistics tab somewhere. I wish it showed the title like up here, but it doesn't. Can I make another? I don't know how to do that too easily, other than just we know it's logistics tab. We can see that the items are there. It'll be in the title of the video, so people watching it know this. Too ill to argue very much. Oh no, Alar, sorry to hear that. I actually am potentially getting sick myself. I hope it turns around, but let's see. Okay, so we're just gonna get started here and see how this goes. I'm sure as we get into further tabs, we'll be a little bit more experienced on how to rank these, but I don't know if I want to do like, you know, same types of items together or not. I feel like it makes some amount of sense, at least when there's things that are this close together, to do them together. So let's start with my favorite, the passive provider chest. Also, I meant to mention this earlier. Everything by default will go into C tier unless I have a reason, like I need to have a reason to move it either up or down from there. C is the default. If it does what it needs to do, you have no complaints, but you also have no special praises for it, it gets C tier. All right, so that's kind of the baseline for everything is a C. D means it's kind of bad for some reasons, F means it's really bad for some reasons, and vice versa for the higher tiers. And things only get S if they're really, really, really freaking special. But yeah, the grading criteria, I do want to talk through those real quick. Basically, by width, depth, and time of usefulness, what we mean here is the width of usefulness is how many situations, or even quite literally locations in your factory are you using this thing. So like a yellow belt is used literally everywhere, so it's a very wide use. Depth of use is more like how many different ways can you use it. So something like a power pole does not have a lot of depth of use. It either provides power or you can connect it to, you know, the logistics wires. That's about it. That's all it does. There's not much beyond that. It just carries power and carries signals. So depth of use is kind of almost how many different ways you can use it. And then time is for how long in your playthrough is it useful. And that matters. Rush factor is kind of self-explanatory, like how much do you want to rush for that item in the tech tree? How much does it influence your planet decisions if it's something that comes from a specific planet, that sort of thing. Cost effectiveness, is it worth it in terms of both researching to get there and the item itself? Quality effects, when you have rare, uncommon, legendary, how much more useful does it get? So something like a pipe is pretty low on that list because health doesn't really matter. I know, yes, you can make an argument for certain things where health matters, like a wall in particular, but for most things, health is completely irrelevant. Because no, you might say, well, it's all useful having more health on your space platform, but like asteroids shouldn't be hitting your space platform in the first place. So it's not really that relevant. And then unique factors to the item. Obviously, certain items can do things that no other items can, so each item is going to have a bit of uniqueness. Graphics, how does it look? Do we like the way it looks? And then just the vibe check. You know, this is a subjective tier listing. So let's dive in, and we're going to do passive provider chest. So let's start with all these. I'm going to down buffer chests a grade just because I never use them. I have no need for them. I'm considering F for buffer chest, which is funny because I know a lot of people are obsessed with them, but I find if you're doing a global bot network, buffer chests are basically useless. And the only time you would use them is if you needed the lag time of a bot delivery to be smaller for something. Because the bots are going to have to carry it to the buffer chest and then from the buffer chest to the other thing. So buffer chests actually create inefficiencies in your network. It actually means more bots need to touch the item for a longer period of time. And you would really only use it to deliver things to like a Spidertron or a player that was restocking, you know, after a long journey somewhere else or whatever. They definitely have their uses. I can see what they are. But they definitely don't belong in a high grade for me. Requester chest, I'm gonna move up to B tier because it's such a great feeling when you get a requester chest, just on vibes alone. I love those bad boys. These three are probably C tier. They do what they need to do. They're all useful. You need storage for storing things. The active provider chests, you know, are just a passive, but they say, hey, get rid of my stuff. So I don't know. I think that's a decent start for those chests. All right, let's just go down the order here. Arithmetic combinator, huh? So a combinator. You were expecting requester chest S tier. No. I'm not gonna give out the S's that easily. Not that easily. I do love the bot network though. Maybe logistics bots will get S tier. We'll see. So arithmetic combinators certainly have. This one's interesting because their usefulness in terms of depth is like, you know, S tier, right? They're one of the deepest, like the combinators in general are probably the deepest system in the whole game in terms of what you can do with them. They're Turing complete, right? You can literally make a computer with them. But other than that, like how much do you actually use them in game? And that's very player dependent. Particularly now that Decider, I'm going to put Decider, I'm just kind of ballparking for now. I'm going to put Deciders quite a bit higher just to start because now that you can do multiple conditions and they're just so much easier to use now because it's telling you the signal that's currently being input. I feel like Decider combinators are potentially pushing up towards A or S. The new ones are just amazing. The ease of use is way up. The, you know, quality effects really low. Cost effectiveness, they're cheap. I think the vibe check alone for, I mean, let's be honest, vibe check, despite being at the bottom of my criteria, is kind of the most important one. And I think Decider combinators are way up there. Yeah, they're way up there. I don't know if they're S though, but they're so nice. It's so easy to do logic now. And then particularly with the whole belt reading, it's also really easy to do sushi type things and whatnot. The selectors, I can see their usefulness, but I don't need their usefulness. So I'm gonna knock it down to D. I didn't use a single one in my entire playthrough. They're important for the very specific cases where they are important, but beyond that, they don't have much of a value in the average player's base. And the arithmetic combinator, I think, is fine at C. It does what it needs to do. You don't need it very often just because of the new Decider combinators being so powerful. I think these are less necessary than they used to be, but they're still useful if you're trying to multiply something, or I needed some for my Gambletron. So I think they'll stay at C. Yeah, you can play the game without any logic items completely, for sure. What about the static one? Oh, constant combinator. Where's that bad boy? I think it gets a C as well. It does what it needs to do. You need it for certain things. They can use logistics groups now, so they're nice in that sense. But I don't think I used... Did I use a single constant combinator in my entire Space Age playthrough? I don't think I did. They're really useful. Maybe I think I used one or two. I remember using some for testing things and for examples, but I don't remember if I actually like used them in a real build. And then while we're on this topic, I know I probably shouldn't put it in the F, but I just hate how invisible these look when you put an icon on them. I actually think for graphics, these get an F for me. The icon that it displays on its little screen is smaller than an alt mode icon over a steel chest. And that just feels completely backwards to me. So I really didn't. Now these are good for messages if you like to leave yourself messages, or multiplayer, but I wasn't playing multiplayer. And I'm not grading based on multiplayer. If you want to grade based on multiplayer, you make your own tier list. So yeah, I think those are just F. Total fail. I didn't use them more than once or twice. I only used them because I didn't have task list and I wanted to write some things down. That's the only reason I used it. Okay. What's next? I saw iron chest. Iron chests. All right, so we've got, let's pull out the three main chests here. Iron, wooden, and steel. So I think wooden chests get an F because you literally don't need them. It's just in case you don't have it, but at only 8 iron plates, an iron chest is just strictly better. I guess they're useful if you want to limit the number of stacks without having to click to limit the number of stacks or something, but more or less wooden chests, totally unnecessary. The game could delete them and it would still be a fine game. Yeah, come at me. Steel chests. Once... This is interesting. It's also interesting because quality affects chests now, which is a very recent change that I really didn't play with at all. But it kind of means that like a higher quality iron chest, I mean, it's not going to be cheaper than a steel chest still though, because steel is pretty cheap once you have foundries going and stuff. I guess what I'm trying to figure out right now is, do either of these deserve to be moved up? I think from a usefulness perspective, yes. I think that the amount of uses that a chest has, right? Whether, especially like on Gleba, where you're wanting to pull out the most spoiled things, the amount, I mean, in terms of the usefulness, like width, depth, and time that we talked about, right? The steel chest is like an S for that. So I do think they deserve to be pulled up a grade. They are kind of boring though. It is just a chest, so I don't think it deserves to go any higher than B. But it certainly is an important item in the game and has a ton of usefulness. All right, what's next? These things. Let's see if we can decipher which ones are which. I think the overgrowth is the one with the extra roots, right? So these are the Gleba soils, and I personally, interesting. I mean, I kind of want to drag them down, and I'm not sure why. I'm trying to figure out why I'm feeling that way. Why do we want to drag these down? Because, like, they just exist so that you can make more plants, and once you, it's just almost a tedium wall is kind of what I'm trying to get at. Like, once you've automated them, you don't need them in huge amounts. You can still only I think I wish you could place these anywhere on Gleba. Having to put them in specific biomes still is a mechanic that feels a bit weird to restrict a player's factory, even in the ultra late game, in terms of where you build it. Like you have to rely on your map generation to give you the right amount of green and pink soil, but that's more a complaint about kind of the biome mechanic in the first place, rather than anything else. But I feel like once you get to these, you should be able to place them anywhere on Gleba. So for that, I am going to judge them down to the D category. And these are fine. They do what they need to do. No complaints. Should they exist at all in the game is a different question. I think Gleba would be fine if they didn't exist and just all of the green patches started at greenness. It's just another thing to automate and a reason to use seeds, I guess. I don't know. I don't have a ton of hate for it, but I don't have love for it either. Yeah, I think Gleba would mostly function the same without the soils if the biomes just already worked. And I don't know. Conditional building equals less flexibility equals lower tier. Yeah. Yeah, I think these being D tier works for me. These are fine. I don't have huge complaints about them. Artillery. It's interesting the artillery wagon is here. It's not in military because it's a train. But let's go with inserters. So we'll start with the burner inserter. Where is that bad boy? Here he is. Burner inserter, hot take, F tier, trash. You don't need it. No, maybe not. But I know people are going to argue with me on this one because lots of people always question me when I use yellow inserters for my steam engines at the beginning of the game. People are like, oh my gosh, power spirals, brownouts. And while that's true, the only way that you really spiral is like if the inserters are inserting at a rate. What am I trying to say? Like a yellow inserter, it depends on the mod pack you're playing is maybe the best way I'll start. Because if the inserter's going at full speed to keep the boiler fed, then if you're down to 80% power and the inserter's then at only 80% speed and then the boiler can't keep up, that is a problem. But that problem tends to not exist because of the stack upgrades, and in vanilla, an inserter is already way more than fast enough to keep a boiler fed with regular coal. So even if you're at like 50% power, a yellow inserter can keep up with a boiler going at full blast. So there's really no need, like unless you're having a brownout, you know, that's almost a blackout at that point. And at that point, like, yeah, your inserters are going to stop working, but you can just go drop a few coal in the boilers yourself. So it really doesn't, I've never, even when I've lost power in my base, I've never regretted ignoring burner inserters. One thing I do want to note, did someone mention this in the chat yet? Aquilo. I believe on Aquilo, you can use burner inserters and they don't need to be warmed up. No one mentioned that in chat, but that is true. So on Aquilo alone, burner inserters could have a couple use cases that they wouldn't normally have. That being said, I still hate them in their F tier, and they can go burn for all I care. Yellow inserter. Yellow inserter is the workhorse of the early game. The usefulness is huge. There's no rush factor to it really because you can kind of craft them from just having copper and iron in your inventory. Yeah, I think they deserve C tier. I think yellow inserters are solidly C tier. Like they do what they need to do, you know? Again, remember, C is the default. Unless I have a reason I am going to bump it up. A lot of things are going to end up in the C tier. Nayus, it is cute when burner inserters feed themselves. So fast inserters, I actually think I'm going to move up to B tier because you can get them pretty early in terms of rush factor. You don't have to live with yellow inserters for very long. And the blue inserters are so much faster and they allow you to often only need one inserter per building. Whereas there are a few cases, even in the early game, where you're using multiple yellow inserters and they're kind of slow and annoying. And then the blue inserters come and save your butt. And then you get the stack size 2 upgrade and you're like, ah, yes, blue inserters can do everything. So I think they deserve to go up to B tier. I also really like that blue color. Apparently all the blue things are here in the B tier. B for blue. Look, it's faded. We'll just put all the blue things in the B tier. I'm curious how that's going to hold up for the rest of the time. All right, what about long inserters? Okay, here's where Krydax's hot takes are coming in. Are long inserters S tier or are they F tier? What do you guys? Where do you guys think I'm gonna put them? It's gonna be one of the two. So I believe long inserters, and this is completely biased opinion, are not a good mechanic, and I like the Bob's inserters option that lets you make any inserter long. Now, as for all the rest of the Bob's inserters options, we're not talking about those right now. Like, imagine the only thing the mod did is it took your inserter and it made the drop point and the pickup point one tile further out. And you can't do the 3 tiles, and you can't do the angles, and you can't do anything. If that's the only thing it did, I think that would be a better mechanic for core Factorio. Like, do we really need to have a separate entity just for the concept of long inserting? And the fact that it's slower restricts a lot of design rather than encourages more design, in my opinion. Like, I think you would have better flexibility if you could have your stack and bulk inserters be longified. Yeah, exactly. Long inserters being slower encourages not using them, which encourages weird builds, and it feels like an artificial scarcity type thing where it's like, why am I being restricted in this way? You're giving me the option to do a long-handed movement of an item, but you're restricting it to being pretty dang slow. And so conceptually, I'm putting these in an F tier, because this is me taking a stand for the Bob's longifying of inserters. In terms of their actual usefulness, they do deserve to be higher than F tier, but this is me making a point. We're taking a stand. And yeah, Alor, there's I mean, you and the devs, obviously, like, the devs have said as much about long inserters. So this is me putting it there for hot take sake, because I think my actual grade is probably a D. I don't use them in most spaces. I kind of only use them where I need to. They are a last resort in vanilla Factorio, and I don't like that they're a last resort, so they get an F, because that bothers me. All right, on to bulk and stack inserters. These two guys are pretty awesome. I love the new stacking mechanic, like, a lot. So these are going to be somewhere up here. The bulk inserter is kind of like the blue inserter. It just, once you have it, I use it everywhere. It just completely takes over, and I never use the yellows or blues again. So I think it goes in B tier for the same reason the blue inserter goes in B tier. Paid for by Big Bob's. Yeah, Bob's paid me for that message. But the stack inserter, oh, it's gonna get A tier. I love belt stacking. I think the way that they did belt stacking is top notch, and the stack inserter makes that possible. I also like it can get in your way a couple times, but I like the way that they don't swing the arm until the pickup is totally full. I actually think that's cool. I don't like that you cannot restrict the number that they pick up before they swing to be exactly the number you want it to be, because 16 works out nicely once you get to a stack size of 4, but there was a hot second where I had stack size of 3 on my belts, and I wanted these things to pick up 15 instead of 16, because then they would do exactly 5 stacks of 3 per swing. So it felt weird that I couldn't change that. Alor, I can't remember exactly what it was. I remember it wasn't possible. Something was weird and it wasn't possible. Are you sure you can? Maybe they changed it? I mean, there's video evidence of me running into this issue at some point on Gleba specifically. It was right after I started shipping Gleba Science home. I researched the stacking. I made some of these bad boys, and I wasn't able to change it so that it was only picking up enough for the multiple of 3. something happened there, and it's possible it was user error. I'm definitely leaving room for that, but something happened and I wasn't able to change it. So I wonder if they patched that in, or if I missed something, or if I'm just misremembering the whole situation. Anyway, I love the stack inserters. They're obviously A+ at the end of the game. So that's pretty great. Any more inserters? No, that's it. Okay. Belts. Let's do belts. Ooh, belts. So yellow belts are interesting. So Dave, I didn't put them low. Remember, C is default. I'd like to let's try to think about everything being at C level is I didn't bump them up. Is what you're thinking. And I bumped this up to B tier. We can revisit it. I don't know. I think it's reasonable. But anyway, so belts. Interesting. Because part of me feels like the yellow belt deserves to go up to S tier just because he's the king, you know? But at the same time, the yellow belt sucks and you just try to get rid of it as soon as possible because you need more than, 7.5 items per lane per second. So it's also funny because there's a lot of my brain that's like thinking about modded playthroughs and like my Pyanodons hours, and you live with yellow belts for 10 years on Pyanodons, but not the case in Vanilla Factorio. So I think a yellow belt, it's crappy. You get rid of it as soon as you can. You move to red belts as soon as you can. So I think yellow belts get knocked down a peg for that, and red belts are the workhorse. You need them all over the place. I think red belts, they last a long time, and as soon as you get belt stacking, you can keep using red belts for a long time. You really don't need anything faster than red for quite a while. And if you use belt stacking, that's even more true. Not to mention, all of the belts have a huge amount of usefulness and cost effectiveness and all that. But blues and greens get a lot more expensive. So I think blues are not very cost effective. You only get 50% more items and they're way more expensive. So I think they go down to D tier as well. And you guys are, in chat saying that you can even skip them, which is interesting. I kind of did that too in some ways. I believe I built blue belts, but I didn't use them in a lot of places on my novice base. And I did a lot of replacing red with green on my novice base. So yeah, the green belts, I mean, they're awesome. Vibe check. They get an A. They're awesome. Stuff goes fast. We'll put the undergrounds with the individual belts because I don't see a reason to split that particular thing up. The splitters, no, splitters need their own grading just because of splitters being unique. But undergrounds are fine to go with their belt. And yeah, the foundries being, in terms of cost effectiveness, the greens aren't that expensive because you can make the blue belts and the green belts in foundries. So it makes them so much cheaper in terms of iron. Not to mention you're already printing iron for free on Vulcanus. So, though, I don't know. Ooh, there's a part of me that wants to knock these down a peg again because they can only be made on Vulcanus. And I really didn't like that. I would prefer that they can be only made in foundries, but as long as you have foundries, you can make them anywhere. So the fact that they can only be made on Vulcanus is kind of a knock on them. I don't like that. And the rocket capacity is low. Is it? Is it lower than the other belts? But yeah, I think green belts deserve an A grade. And it's the green color. So, continuing with that trend. Okay, let's think about splitters now. So, splitters, in terms of depth of usefulness, it's massive. You can do so much with them. Between the priority input and output and the filtering of the output, I mean, they're just incredible. Splitters are awesome since they upgraded them. So I think the splitters deserve to be a grade higher than their respective belt, which would put this at S tier, which is an interesting, I don't know if I'm ready to commit to that yet. Rocket capacity of green belts is only 50. Interesting. I didn't notice that. That is interesting. I don't think it knocks it down a grade, but I didn't actually notice that at all. Does this deserve to be S tier? I mean, splitters are so awesome. You can do logic with them. You can do timers with them. Yeah, not that you need to. You can make sushi belts with them. Splitters are great. You know what? There is one knock to them though. They're not perfect. You can't connect a wire to them. That is a bummer. If you could connect a wire to them, they would fulfill all my dreams and my dreams would come true. But without that, I don't know if they deserve S tier. Nah, they deserve S tier. Splitters are great. I love splitters. I use them all over the place. I use them a lot to pull even just one row of something off combined with undergrounds. You know, you turn the underground sideways so it only pulls off one lane, that sort of thing. So it gets S tier. All right. Big power pole. Big power pole. The quality effect of a big power pole is one that's worth noting. With all of these, quality either does nothing, like for the belts, or it does something that's just like standard for like quality just makes inserters go faster. It's not like some crazy bonus that you absolutely need. But the quality effect on big power poles is interesting because it affects, what's the word I'm using? What's the word I'm trying to find? Basically, the ratio between each one is so much better for big power poles than it is for the other power poles because it just adds 1 to every single radius of power aura. That's the word I'm looking for. Yeah, just the radius at which it provides power is increased by 1 for every step, and then legendary goes up by 2. I also agree with you, Alor. I don't like that. I think the big poles should actually not get a radius bonus and should get a bigger distance bonus so they can just go crazy far. And the substations should get a bigger radius bonus than just 1 radius. I think the other two working the way they work is fine, the medium and the wooden. But yeah, wooden power poles get a D just because you replace them as soon as you can. They might even get an F too. I think they're down there with burners for me, where it's like I only use it if I have to. As soon as I can automate the mediums, I'm using those bad boys. They're the workhorse. But yeah, I think big power poles get a C. You know, they do what they need to do. Big power poles takes a hit now that your base is split among planets. That's also true. You don't need them as often because you don't need distant bases on each planet as often. I guess that's sort of true. I don't really know if that changes it. It's more just like there are less situations where you need it on the other planets because your base is often one chunk. There's no reason to spread out on the other planets for the most part. Fulgora is a bit of a difference, but like on Vulcanus, the only reason you spread out is to go get ore patches, and that's the place where you might use these. But substations, where are those bad boys at? There they are. Substations, I love them. I think they get a B as well. Super useful. They're easy to use. They're not that expensive for what they do compared to other things. Do you rush them? I don't know if I rush them because the red circuits are usually pretty expensive at the time that you can first get them. So I don't usually like automate them and only build with them ASAP. And they're 2x2. So their usefulness doesn't ever, like, they're never strictly better than medium poles because of the 2x2 nature. So I don't know if I can bump it up to an A because of that, because there are a lot of places where you can't fit them. And the quality effects keep medium power poles, I think, in the running, right? Because a high quality medium pole is insane. Like, it's almost a substation by itself. So I actually think medium poles stay in the running with substations because they're only 1x1, and like a legendary medium pole is almost a substation. Obviously a legendary substation is even crazier, but that's still 2x2. So I think a B rating for those is pretty fair. All right, moving on. Construction bots. I think the bots get S tier. You know, Dave, you were questioning me about the chests. I don't think the chests get S tier because the chests are just there to hold the items. That's not that interesting, nor, I don't know. It's the bots that are the real workhorse, you know, of the bot network. And being able to build stuff remotely with construction bots is such a big mechanic that, like, if we didn't have this mechanic, the game wouldn't even feel like the game, right? This is a game defining mechanic right here. So construction bots, gotta get S tier for that. And logistics bots, kind of the same argument. Like, without logistics bots, you literally can't do half the stuff you end up doing in your factory. Now, there are plenty of bot free runs, particularly before Space Age. I think that's harder now because of the way that the rocket launching works and the way that you can't automate rocket launching based on loading stuff with inserters. You kind of need bots now. I actually don't like how they've done that. There's my hot take. I think there should be a way to automated launch rockets. I think there should be more settings in the rocket silo in terms of launching it automated. I think there should be more ways you could load things with inserters and program it to launch to a specific platform only, or to launch to any platform, or it just doesn't work right. But logistics bots are incredible nonetheless, and you kind of need them for rockets now. Yes, Aloy, you can load rockets with inserters, but what you can't do is have it launch when full, unless they added that back in one of the recent patches. Oh, it will launch itself when full. Sorry, the issue isn't that. The issue is that you can't tell it to only launch on a circuit signal. That's the issue. The issue is that it does launch when full, and you can't change that. Sorry. Yes. There is one little knock on logistics bots, which is that it's kind of trivial to use them. I think in certain ways it could be interesting. I don't know. There are certain restrictive mechanics that could actually make bots more interesting, because they can get kind of boring, you know, when you're just pasting down requester chests and provider chests everywhere and let the bots do the work. But at the same time, I love them and I think they're really necessary. So S tier for both bots. All right, the car. This one's interesting. It heavily depends on how much military you're doing, but I think it gets a D. It's really not necessary, and in a lot of playthroughs on Nauvis, you're getting stuck on cliffs and trees anyway. You can dodge those better. It's gotten better with the new map generation. It is easier to drive a car around. I don't think your bases are big enough to need a car in the early game, and by the time you need to get around faster, you can get higher quality exoskeletons and higher quality power armors and all that. So I don't think cars even deserve a C for me. They're useful to kill a biter base or two, but I don't know, whatever. The tank. Yeah, let's do all the vehicles. The tank gets an A. Yeah, where? Mech suit must be in military, that's why it's not here. The tank gets an A, and that's because it has a grid now. So the tank is insanely good for your military stuff, and it's kind of all I use for biters mid-game. And you can remotely drive it now too. Yeah, I didn't even need that, but you can do that now, which is crazy. So the tank is A+. It's not S, but it is A+. Really useful. I even used it to kill, you know, my first demolishers. It's very powerful. The cannon shells are really powerful. You can put exoskeletons in it so it can actually go fast now. I think that's probably the biggest difference, is the speed at which you can drive it is way better now. The tank previously was just so slow. It was kind of painful, and I remember before the tank had legs, I would even just ignore using the tank and just walk on my own 2 legs because it was so much faster, because I could use exoskeletons and the tank couldn't. Now, a lot of mods fixed this by giving the tank a grid and having engines as like vehicle exoskeletons, and I thought that was a good middle ground. I do think it's weird that we have exoskeletons in tanks, but whatever, it's fine. Spidertron, this one's weird. In terms of the usefulness, it's pretty high. It can be used in a lot of ways. You can do construction Spidertrons, you can do combat Spidertrons, you know, you can do repair bot Spidertrons. So in that sense, it's got a lot of good stuff going for it. Cost effectiveness, kind of hard to make. Quality is a great impact on it. The unique factors are pretty high for Spidertrons, having the Spidertron remote. I think these two should probably go together. The graphics are awesome. The vibe check is awesome. That all being said, I didn't make a single Spidertron on my playthrough. So it really, it's not that necessary. And they're unlocked quite late. Although you unlock them a little bit earlier if you go to Gleba earlier. But I think with the vibe check and their usefulness, like if you're mega basing, you almost always build little armies of Spidertrons on the planets to be like your construction crew. If you don't have a global bot network, you need Spidertrons to build stuff. I guess you could do a train construction network, but that's a lot harder. So I think they get to A tier for me, despite not building one in my playthrough. I think I give Spidertrons an A. They have their own accessibility option? Wait, what is that? Yes, and remote Spidertron has vision, so you can remote drive a Spidertron around. It certainly does not pass the vibe check for arachnophobics. That is true. But all right. What's next? Artillery wagon? I mean, artillery's cool. Putting it on a train is cool. It does exactly what you'd expect. I never use them though. So it's gonna get a C or D for me. I never use them. I don't need them. You can just like, you can easily paste down turrets, actual artillery turrets, and not need them to be on a mobile train. That, like, a mobile artillery turret is just so like fringe niche use compared to so many other military options. It's cool, but I don't think it does anything that you really need, that you can't do other ways. All right, so that leads us to trains. I think trains get an S. Wagons get bumped down a tier though. So trains get an S because trains are just so freaking cool. You guys know this. And I really like building train networks, despite the fact that I skip it sometimes. The reason I skip it is just because it's not really necessary. We were talking about this on the Cridania Discord just yesterday. Like, why didn't I build a train network in my playthrough? And it's like, well, I didn't need to. Like, you have stacking on green belts, so you can get 240 items a second on a single belt now. There's just, and bots are already pretty strong, and quality just makes them even stronger. And trains, despite being awesome, they're not that much better than belts over even medium distances, like a distance of like 400 or 500 tiles. Like, why not use a belt still? It's kind of expensive to make a 400 length belt, but once it starts running to move, because the only thing you're using, you know, trains for in the early to mid game is moving ore. Yes, you can build a city block type base, and you absolutely need trains for that, but that's a that's not a necessary design decision, and I wasn't building a city block type base, and so I didn't really need to move other items around on trains for any reason. So all that being said, trains are still S tier because it's awesome, but you don't need them. And the reason I knocked down cargo wagons is because quality doesn't make them bigger. And I find that a very odd design decision, that they gave you a stack size of 4 plus a new belt tier for space age. So you go from 45 a second to 240 a second. The bots didn't get any upgrades, which also felt weird in terms of their cargo capacity or having a second tier of logistics bot. They only get better battery, which helps, but that's it. And the cargo wagons didn't get anything. It is true that the fuel can be better now, and so the trains themselves go a little faster and accelerate a lot faster. The acceleration is the big one that's changed, but that only slightly increases throughput, like probably not even by 50%, I guess, compared to old throughputs. Elevated rails probably did more for trains than anything else, just because intersections can have higher throughputs now. But all that being said, that just means more trains are flying around. It doesn't actually, it just feels weird that given the increased SPM of a base, and with quality affecting buildings and modules and all that, like you can get way more items now than you could before really easily. It feels weird that trains can't fit any more items. So I knock cargo wagons down a notch for that. Trains get a bump because they're one of the few items that kills the engineer. Yeah. Also that, Glem, space platforms, you know, now it's kind of weird though, because it's like, well, space platforms don't reduce the need for trains. They just decided to take the game in a direction where the expansion of your factory, and by that I mean literally your entire save, your playthrough now expands to other planets rather than far locations on Nauvis, right? They could have taken the expansion of the game in a different direction where you're still on one planet, or even you use space to get to other sections. You know, there are ways they could have done it that trains would have been more significant. But now most of your expansion is up into space and then to the other planets and then down, and you don't need trains for that part. So you really don't need trains anywhere where you didn't need trains before. Like, their usefulness has not increased. And as we've talked about, yeah, exactly, Dave, because of bots and rockets and belt stacking, trains are actually worse relatively in space age than they were before. They're still dope though. And yeah, Game Biter, that's true. The one thing that's important to note though is you still only have one cargo pad on each planet. So you still need a giant train network to move items around on that planet once you go more mega base. But the problem is you don't need more mega with your base, because you can just do legendary quality buildings and beacons and modules, and now all of the green circuits you could ever need are made from 3 electromagnetic plants or whatever. And so I think what quality has done is it's densified your base so much. It's made me sad a little bit. I don't know how else to say it. I think there's a little bit of that has made things less good and less fun. And I talked about this a little bit in my review of the game, which is up on YouTube now. I think there were a few things about quality, or I think there are a few things about quality that have made the game lesser in some ways, and I don't know how else to say it. It's just like, I don't know if that is going to be good forever. It's really fun. The funness of it feels really high, but at the same time it feels like the fun of having a cheat code on, rather than the fun of, this is really good design that I think will always play well, and it's made the game more fun in all circumstances. I think it's more of the fun of like, oh, this is really fun that I can make 100 circuits in one electromagnetic plant per second. But then I think once the initial fun of that wears off, it'll actually be like, oh, I don't know if being able to do this is actually good. I'm still not sure. There's still a lot I don't I haven't fully formed my opinions on, but anyway, that's a tangent. We need to keep ranking things. Of all games that have trains, Factorio's feel among the best. I do agree with that. Trains, in fact, any other game, I'm measuring the trains against Factorio trains. Elevated rails are interesting. This kind of is almost like quality in some ways. Actually, no, no, it's not. Because I don't think they have the same downsides that quality sort of does or might. But they're also unnecessary. I think elevated rails are interesting because people were clamoring for them. But at the end of the day, like, the actual throughput of intersections was already very high with proper signaling and good intersection design. And so they're not really necessary. And given the distance that you can actually put these apart, it's not like you can fit a huge factory underneath them. And the biggest issue is with that is that if that's what they wanted you to be able to do, I don't think that's really how they were designing it gameplay wise. Because if their goal was like, oh, you can put trains up here and your factory down here, they would have made it easier to be able to see your factory through the rails. Like, there's no transparency setting where they turn invisible and you can click through them, and that feels really weird. I'm hoping they add that in. So I knock them down to B for that reason, but they are really freaking cool, and I like that you can design intersectionless intersections. So that is really sweet. Obviously, they're necessary in quotes for Fulgora, but you could have just designed Fulgora in such a way that you could build rails between the islands, just regular rails, but not other buildings. They could have just done that, and that would have had the same effect. So I don't really think the elevated on a platform is much more than like a cool graphics thing on Fulgora between the islands than anything else, because it's not like you're going over any buildings. So it's just a cool, like, what I'm getting at is they could have made it so that the regular rails changed graphics to look like elevated rails when building them over the oil oceans, but not actually have them be separate entities. Like, they could have done that, right, and never added elevated rails to the game at all. So clearly, you know, that's what I'm getting at. Anyway, pipe is here. Pipes are interesting. Pipes are a workhorse. You know, they're kind of like belts, but even more so because there's not 4 tiers of them. So like a pipe has to get at least, we'll start at B just because their usefulness in terms of time throughout your playthrough is 100% of the playthrough. Unlike belts, which cycle through to other types. The rush factor is 0. You just have them from the beginning. Quality effects are terrible. They only get more health. They are easy to use. Unique factors, they're the only thing that move fluids. The graphics are good. 2.0 changed pipes, flow rates and stuff. I think they deserve an A. I think they deserve an A. I do agree, Dave. Yeah, undergrounds are lower because they're not advanced fluid handling undergrounds. I do wish you could have better control of pipes sometimes. It feels... builds feel unnecessarily large sometimes because of it, but that's fine. That's kind of like the Bob's Inserters conversation all over again, so I'm not going to rehash all that. There are reasons to have it the way it is, but I also like having more flexible underground connections. Pumps. Pumps are kind of the main way that you... Quality underground pipes should be longer. I actually agree with that. Pumps basically are valves, Glim. So that's kind of, they're taking that role. They're the only way you can control fluids. They are the splitter of the fluids. But you have to mix that with logic, which is a little bit of a downside for the average player, you know, that isn't into circuits and logic and stuff. At this point, I'm so used to it that it feels kind of second nature to just plop down a tank and be like, oh, this will run when it's less than 5,000, and then I add another one, and that'll run when it's greater than 8,000, and then you've got this prioritized list of fluids and stuff. But like, that takes a lot of practice and experience to feel like pumps are that easy. So they might get a little bit of a knock because they're not as clear as splitters. I wish fluids had mechanics that felt similarly simple to splitters. So I'll give them an A though, because pumps are really important. They're really, I think they're really well done. They're fast. They do what you want them to do. You use them throughout the whole game. Quality makes them faster if you need faster, though most of the time you don't. Pumps are C because they take engines. That is annoying, but I find that by the time I need a pump, I can just throw a couple ingredients in an assembler and make a couple engines. Yeah, exactly, Maria. Usually I have all the things I need for engines on my person though, so I plop an assembler wherever I'm standing. I set it to engines. I control click my inventory. I let it make 2 engines. I tear the whole thing down and then I handcraft 2 pumps. That's usually how I do it. It works. Yes, Alor, quality pumps are faster. Okay, so let's move all this tile stuff to the left and do a little bit of sort. Oh, fluid wagons. I'm actually gonna put those lower than wagons. Fluid wagons are pretty meh because you can so easily, with the new pipe mechanics, pump stuff over very long distances. Yes, I realize it's still capped at 250 or whatever, but the only thing you need to do every 250 units is place 1 pump or 3 pumps if you need more throughput or whatever. So I don't really think fluid wagons have quite as high of a usage as regular wagons. Because there are a lot of cases where even in a train network, I'm just going to pipe things rather than put them on a train. Lamps. Oh, lamps is another one where I feel like it's F or S, because on the one hand, I love lamp, right? I love the base to be nice and bright. I don't want to need night vision. I also think it's a shame that they made it so the quality mechanic doesn't make them brighter, like a bigger lamp radius. That feels like an easy win. And I also don't like the new night vision, though they did change it slightly. I haven't checked it out too much, but I think lamps are pretty awesome. I put them everywhere. Yep. Yeah, I just think they need to be S. No, they can't be S. I can't set them as S. I'll give them an A. You can set the colors easily, and you can have them be always on, which is nice too. They're way easier to configure. All right, green and red wire. So wire gets an S. The colors are interchangeable. I know you guys want me to rank one higher than the other so we can all fight over it. So we'll do it that way. And the reason wire is S is because it can do so much, even for the average player. With the new decider combinators and the new whole belt reading, and the new fluid mechanics even, I think, help a little bit because of tanks. I just think it's easier to manage fluids now overall. And so I think wire is an S tier thing in Factorio. The simplicity with which you can tell an inserter to only run if the belt has more than 10 of something on it, or you can tell an assembler to only run. Yeah, now that you can control assemblers with wires, you can turn on and off requester chests and provider chests with wires. It still baffles me that you can't connect these to the logistics network without using a wire in terms of reading what's in the network, but that's a different topic. Yeah, exactly, Glim. The circuit logic is a whole game on top of the game. It is a force multiplier. So I do think wiring as a concept gets an A+, or S even. The only knock I have is it's kind of frustrating that wires can't be longer. I think some of it's for readability in the game. Like they want it so that wires can't just crisscross all over the place in a way that's really horrible. And that way you need to connect them to a power pole, and then the power pole connection goes with the wire connection, and that works out pretty well. Hey, Phase Lot, how's it going? Welcome everybody. We're tier listing all the Factorio items right now, so we're having a good time. We're just talking about how the circuit connections are one of the best things in the game, and you can do so much more with them even in Space Age than you could before. So easy S tier for wire, and yeah, green's better than red. I default to green. I only use red if I need the second connection, so that's why red is at an A. All right, we're moving on. We're getting close to done with this tab. What about signals? What about signals? So, also, Phaselot, were you playing Factorio? What were you up to? Let's see if my shout out bot is still working. Oh, it's not working. It dies like every month and I have to open up Streamlabs again, but what have you been up to? Everyone go give Phaselot a follow. I don't even know what they stream, but give them a follow anyway. Thank you for the raid. Signals could be S, but they could also be F. Well, let me explain. Signals have provided more confusion for most Factorio players than potentially any other mechanic in the entire game. Because yes, it's true that like circuits are more complicated than signals, but people who don't care about circuits just don't do circuits, or they ignore circuits and they don't need to deal with them. Whereas trains are this enticing thing and you really want them to work. But signals break everybody's brain in half. Now, I do think I've actually made some pretty good videos on them. If you would like to learn and you don't know yet, I will shameless plug my own thing. Phaselot, you're new to it. Well, welcome to the Factorio world. I hope you enjoy your Space Age run. But basically, signals are weird because they simultaneously are necessary for your trains to work the way you want them to work. And once you understand signals, they do work pretty easily. Like, once you have the right framework in your brain for understanding it, it's not that bad. You kind of, you know the rules to place them. At this point I'm not even a train master compared to a lot of people who have played. Like, a lot of people spend more time on trains than I do, and they know more about signaling than I do, but I still rarely make mistakes at this point with the signals. So they're not that bad once you get them, but getting to the point where you get them is pretty bad. I spent a long time being really confused on these suckers. I'm gonna put chain signals below regular signals wherever they end up going, because they're very confusing and the community tends to not do a good job of explaining them, partially because they're confusing and it's hard to explain confusing things, right? Like, it's the more confusing a thing is, the more different ways people try to explain it, because everybody sort of has a different framework in their head for how they get it, but then they try to use words that don't quite match, and it's a mess. I do think my videos are pretty good, so check them out if you're interested. I have one for regular signals that kind of explains how trains reserving blocks works, and then the chain signals are easier to understand once you kind of have a understanding for how the trains are working in the first place. But basically, no, monotoast, that's exactly wrong. It's chain signals go into the intersection and then a regular signal at the end of it. So that's actually backwards. But that being said, basically the thing that unlocked my understanding, so I'll say it here just because it's the thing that finally broke through for me. Because people always would say chain signals copy the signal in front of them. But the problem is, what if you have a path? Here, let me draw here for a moment. What if you have a path that's going like this, and you've got another rail coming through the middle, and so you've got your signal here and here or whatever, and you've got a train sitting in this block. You've got a train here, and it's going that way. and you've got a chain signal. Let me make a little blue dot here. You've got a chain signal right here. Let's say it's before the branch. See you later, Phaselot. Totally get it. Thanks for the raid. Catch you later. What color would this signal be? Right? Because if it says it copies the signal in front of it, well, this signal's red because there's a train in front of it. But this signal is green because there's no train in front of it. And so you can't say it copies the signal in front of it. That's the biggest garbage, unhelpful thing that I've seen copied and pasted. People are mentally copying and pasting it. They're copying and pasting it everywhere. I think it's just become like, well, that's, you know, it's just how trains work. Well, the chain signals copy the signal in front of them. But it's like, but there's multiple signals in front of them because paths can branch. And so the thing that people need to say is that a chain signal will copy the signals in front of it on the path that the train is wanting to go. Like, it's kind of simultaneously looking at all the possible paths it could take. And it's, so then the chain signal is looking at this path, and therefore it's saying this path is red. So that path doesn't exist to the train. And then it's looking at this other path, and it's seeing that this signal's green, so it's saying this path exists for the train. And this path over here does not exist. And so if the train is wanting to go this way, then the train will, because that path is green. If the train was needing to go this way, maybe because that's the only way to get where it's going, then it will stop at the chain signal because that path is red. So essentially it turns every single separate path into its own green or red, depending on where the train is actually wanting to go. And it will cause a repath. If the train was wanting to go this way, but then it gets here and this is red for that path, it will then go this way instead. So the trains are smart enough to choose a new path if the old one is blocked, but the one of the potential paths is still open. So that's my really short chain signal primer. I'm not going to talk more about it, even though I could. I have videos for that. Sorry for the, yeah, exactly. You didn't have a train interlude on your bingo card, but here we are. All right, back to tier listing. For that reason, I think chain signals get a D. They're massively necessary and useful, but they're very confusing, and I think that's part of the difficulty of them. And I don't really have a solution for it. I don't know how Wooba could make chains more intuitive. I believe they could. I believe there's room for improvement. But I don't. Yeah, they're getting dragged down by the public issues with them. So Gamebiter, it depends is the answer. If a path is blocked, it adds negative value to the distance. Basically, like if it's blocked by a train, it adds like 1,000 or 10,000 or something. So there is a certain distance where it wouldn't take the alternative path because the blocked path is still a lower number. It's basically just turning it all into numbers. All right, rails. I was looking for the other rail. There are no curved rails anymore. Rails get a C. They do what you need them to do. They look nice. The new angles though, maybe they go up to B, because having the new angles is dope. I will say I wish the train auto placer, are we grading that together with the rails? That's the question, you know. We're unique factors to that item. I feel like we're kind of including the mechanics around the items rather than the item itself. So, you know, take that with a grain of salt. But I think the new rail planner is actually kind of annoying, more annoying than it used to be because of all the new angles. I wish there were two different modes. I wish you could have a mode that defaults to right angles and vertical and horizontal rails. And I like that there is the mode that's like, hey, wiggle your way around the world however you can to make this fit. I really wish there was both, because the new wiggle world is kind of annoying because you have to really play with it to even get it to go in a straight line anymore. So it's kind of like Satisfactory has the straight mode for belts. We kind of need a straight mode and a straight corner mode for rails, I think. No way elevated rail is higher than rail. That's a good point. That's a good point. How do I do this? Why did I have elevated rail at B after I said it wasn't even really that necessary? Is it just for the coolness factor? I think it's just for the coolness factor I have it up here. Yeah, it's a vibe check thing. It's a vibe check thing. The train planner's running out of modifier keys. Moltar, do I happen to have a good video or can help explain logistics trains where one train can be called to multiple supply depots? Unfortunately, no. I haven't played enough with the train interrupts yet to understand at a core level how to do it yet. So I don't have any guide videos on that. Exactly, Maria. I did kind of ignore it in my playthrough, so I need to play with it. The sound of the train on elevated rails is also A+. I agree, Dave. The stations. I think the stations have a lot of flexibility to them, particularly with the new interrupt system, so I'm going to give them a B because they're really cool now. Roboports get a C. They do what they need to do. I have no notes. You know, the bots get an S, but I don't think the Roboports do. Because otherwise just everything connected to bots would get an S, and that's boring. The Roboports themselves, they do have a cool animation. I do find it kind of annoying that they don't have more charging ports. I think the number that you need to place of the Roboports is kind of annoying. So yeah, I think they get a C. I think they get a C. Power switches. There's another easy F for me. What the heck is this entity? I don't think I've ever made one of them. I know some people like them. Again, every item in the game exists for some reason, but for me, power switches get an easy F. You can do power prioritization even without them very easily. So I see no reason they even need to be in the game. Not literally, don't at me. I do understand some of the use cases they have, but I have no need for them. Easy F. Easy F. All right. Storage tank. It does what you need it to do. You can measure it. It's the only thing that can store fluids. So I think it gets at least a B. You know, pipes are so integral. I think the whole pipe system needs to have an A just because it's like fluids are cool. I like them. The whole system is pretty important. But I do wish they were smaller, so they get a B. Vibe check. Vibe check drags them down to a B. I wish we had a 2x2 tank. I wish they were inline sometimes. Just having no configuration options, I think, is why it gets dragged down. The shape is really annoying sometimes. Speakers. Ooh, speakers are awesome. Combined with your network, they can inform you of so many things that are going wrong in your base. And I actually think these are the key to having a better playthrough, is setting up speakers to warn you before things go wrong. Things can get really frustrating if a lot of stuff is breaking at once, and you can prevent a lot of that by proper alarm setups. So there you go. Now, cliff explosives. Okay, I'm torn here. I hate cliffs. Like, I really don't like them. I think they're a boring... Oh, well, it's a boring solution, right? Cliff explosives are not interesting in any way. Once you have them, you can now remove cliffs wherever you want to. And you do need to move the cliff explosive to other planets. But once you have them, and cliffs no longer matter. I don't like that the new shift click automatically always destroys cliffs, because sometimes you want to build around the cliffs, like your walls and defenses, and you can't avoid that now. And then on top of that, cliffs are either in the way or they're not. It's a very binary, like, they're either in the way and they're annoying you, and then as soon as you have cliff explosives, they no longer matter ever again, or they're not in the way and not annoying you, in which case, why are they even turned on? I do think, yeah, that's where I'm going with this, Alor. The 2.0 changes to cliffs on Nauvis in particular made cliffs a bit more fun because they actually feel like they can be part of your defensive walls. I like that. I don't like cliffs on Fulgora, though. I didn't like cliffs on Vulcanus, though they didn't last very long on Vulcanus. So I've still found cliffs to be annoying overall. And so does that mean cliff explosives get an S because they remove cliffs? Or do cliff explosives get an F because I turn off cliffs? Which is the way, you know? I don't know. It's one of the two. Kind of both. Because I tend to just turn off cliffs, and I think I will continue to do that. I don't love cliffs. As soon as I have cliff explosives, I'm just flattening all the cliffs I get anywhere near. And that just feels like a really boring mechanic to me. And there's not... Building around them, I think, is less fun than it is... Or what am I saying? It's more feel-bads than feel-goods. Yes, it is cool when a factory is like organically built around a cliff. I think it looks neat. But the pain of building around the cliff organically introduces more spaghetti. I already have enough spaghetti. I don't need more introduced. I don't know. I'm gonna give him an F because cliffs are an F for me. There's my take. All right, now all of the brick type things. So landfill gets a C. Solid workhorse of the base. It does what you need it to do. Are we rating cliffs or cliff explosives? That's a good point. I hate cliffs, so the explosives get an S. Again, I just like, But they're also an F because if you turn off cliff explosives, or if you turn off cliffs, you don't need any cliff explosives and you never craft them and they're useless. So I don't know which way to go. We need an SF category. You wish landfill was cheaper? Yeah, it's a little expensive, especially in the early game, but at the same time, it's fine with the new big drills making patches kind of infinite anyway. I feel like you can just make a huge landfill production now pretty easily. Foundation gets an S, even though I never made it, because you can pave the world and build over the oil oceans and build over the lava and build over anything, and I like that, just conceptually. It's kind of the opposite of cliffs, right? It's the antithesis. It's the ancliffosis, and I like it. Now, for these other things, I think this is just landfill on Aquilo. That's fine, kind of C-block style. I like that. Hazard concrete is only there for visual decoration. I respect what other people can do with it, but I never use it, so I'll put it in the D category. And I think our items here, I think the stone brick goes up to a B because it's cheap and easy to make a lot of it without too much work. The other two are kind of complex recipes. They're kind of a pain to make a lot of in the earlier game when you really want them because you don't have exoskeletons. And this is the issue I think I've run into, is that the exoskeletons are so much of a bigger bonus than the concrete that it kind of feels like by the time you can make lots of these concretes, you already have exoskeletons, you're already walking fast enough, you don't need more move speed. So from a move speed perspective, these are kind of meh. From a paving the world and making it look cool perspective, that's pretty great. So maybe they go up to B for that. And stone goes up to an A. Because I do like the art. I mean, it's fun, you know, having the name redemptions in my streams and stuff. I like being able to have pathways. I think all the coolest factories I've seen online and stuff have concrete that is placed in a way that is artistic. It's not just like the whole world is concrete, but people have like squares of concrete or the two different types of concrete to provide a contrast. Like there's a lot of really cool stuff you can do with it. So I think from a graphics sense, I'll bring it up to B. From a gameplay sense, it's more of a C because I just tend not to feel the need for it at all. Concrete is kind of cheaper than bricks. Yeah, but it's a really slow recipe and you have to put iron ore in a place that you generally don't need to put it. All right, we did it. We did it. It only took 2 hours for one tab. Oh God. But we did it. We tier listed the logistics tab. So yeah, this is where we're at. What got S? Do I need to change anything? We only had a few things in S tier. I think that's good. We shouldn't have a ton of things. Does this really belong in S tier? I didn't even use it. I think it does though. From a conceptually, no, it's just A. It doesn't belong in S. All right. All the F tier stuff I stand by. Again, most things get C tier just by default. So like C is, I think some people see C and they think, oh, I wouldn't want to get that grade on my test, so that's a bad rank, but that's just the default rank. So that's fine. Anything in B had a reason to drag it up to B. I stand by that. A had 2 reasons to drag it up, and I stand by those. Yeah, I like these rankings. Long inserter had some very emotional reasons that it I was biased. I don't think long inserters should be a separate entity. I think all inserters should be able to be longified. I think that would be more fun. Again, that is an opinion, but that is my opinion, and so that's why long inserters get an F. It's me taking a stand. Did we take into consideration the costs? None of these are really things where the cost tends to be that big of a consideration on whether you make it or not, except maybe the Spidertron, that's true. But most things, if you need them, you make them, or if you want them, you make them, and if you don't, you don't. I think that's true of most items in Factorio. The cost itself rarely is a huge influence. It's more a question of, do you complain about it or not once you're making it. Yeah, everything is kind of cheap at the end of the day to some level. The other tabs, we might have some other thoughts on cost, but with this tab, most of these things are kind of core items that you need. Like if you're going to use it, you're going to use it, and you need to make it, and the cost is almost irrelevant to where we grade it. But Spidertrons are kind of expensive. Tanks are kind of expensive if you're making a lot of them, but you know, rolling for rare tanks like somebody was in their playthrough. Elevated rails are really freaking expensive. That's a good point. I almost feel like we should drag them down to C for that. They're like annoyingly expensive. I don't know. I think for the cool factor, I'll let them stay in B, but I'll say they're B minus. All right, well, that's going to be it for this YouTube recording. I'm going to keep streaming those, so those of you that are here live, stick around. We're going to take a quick break, and we will work on the automation in the coming minutes here. But for those of you from future YouTube recording land, as always, thank you guys for watching. Let me know what you think. Let me know what I got so horribly wrong. Just be nice in the comments, and we'll chat in the next one. All right, so yeah, we're not gonna finish this today, is what I'm realizing. What did Redwire do to me? So I just had to pick my favorite, so we could argue about it and have you know, some sort of disagreement. And to be fair, and this isn't me just randomly picking one, and I actually use them both interchangeably. I do always use green first. I don't know if I have a reason for that. Maybe I think it looks cooler. I don't know. But I default to green for just, if I'm just connecting a belt to an inserter, green wire, always. So that's why I ranked them that way. In terms of their actual purpose, obviously they are equivalent. Also, which one shows up first? I don't think it really matters, because the way the interface is laid out, it's easy to select one or the other. But what is it RG or GR when you can select the 2 colors on a decider combinator? Make a vote for the color of wire. All right, I need to take a quick restroom break, and we will come back and let me save this. Krydax logistics tab. Save. Does that work? Hello? There we go. All right, so now we go over to, is intermediates next or automation? I think automation's next, right? Yeah. Monotoast, the splitter is because of splitters are just awesome and can do so much stuff. They're more interesting than belts and more useful than belts. I mean, I say more useful in the sense that they can do more things because they're also belts. They also move items forwards, but then they can do so many other things, logistics things. They're an S- because they cannot be connected to wires, but they're kind of the workhorse of anything your base wants to do that's more than just move an item in a straight line. How do you even rank intermediates? I don't know, Luke, but we're gonna try. All right. I will be right at the back. You guys go stretch your legs, get some water or something. We'll be back in a minute here. Okay, we're back. Every planet, everything of Glaiva's F tier. Yeah, the Glaiva is such an interesting topic. I'm sure we'll get to at some point. A poll. Interesting. Only 4 people voted. 2 green, 2 red, huh? All right. We need to do presentation mode. Hello everyone, Krydox here, and welcome back to tier listing everything in Factorio. So, in our first episode, we did the logistics tab, and now we are moving on to the automation tab, and it's going to be a good time. Yeah, like we said in the last video, we have some grading criteria down here at the bottom. I'm not weighting them all equally, and sometimes I mainly only care about 1 or 2 of those categories for a particular thing. A lot of this is subjective, of course, which is why it's fun, so we can all argue about it. So let me know what you think in the comments about these rankings. But we're going to dive straight in with the classic. And I just want to remind everybody, oh, I need to change the colors here, that C is the default. C is not bad. C is not a bad grade. C is where everything goes unless I have a good reason to move it somewhere else. So that's how that works. This is orange. And this is red. And this is gray. Okay. So, assembler 1. I mean, I think it belongs solidly in C tier, right? Like, you replace it really early with blue assemblers. I actually think this is one of those instances where I just had like 50 thoughts at once and they all tried to get out of my mouth at the same time, so I just said nothing. Because I was thinking about, we talked a little bit about quality in the last episode and how an alternative, well, I've talked about this separately, I don't even think I mentioned it, but an alternative to the quality mechanic could have been adding more tiers of things, right? Rather than having quality as a mechanic, you find the specific buildings and entities where you need something a little bit better in the late game, like assemblers, and you just make an assembler tier 4, right? But then my thought about this was, do we really need tier 1 and 2? Like, does this really, like, it's 50% faster, which isn't, I mean, it's a boost, but it's not that big of a boost. It's still pretty cheap. So as soon as you get the blue ones, you're making them instead of the gray ones. Like, do the gray ones really serve that much of a purpose? And I think this might have been true more before Space Age, right? But now that we have Space Age, there's so much game past the blue assembler that the existence of the gray assembler almost feels useless, because it's only a part of the game for such a short little time that compared to the rest of the game, that it's like, what if we just started with 1 and we didn't get an upgrade for a while? You know, would that really change the game that much? Like, let's say you just had blues only and they even cost the same as a gray. Would that really change the game that much? It feels good to get the upgrade to blue when you do. I'm just questioning the need for the existence of the gray in the first place. Like, what if you just only had the blue, you started with the blue, and it cost the same thing? Now that we're in Space Age, would that really feel all that weird? I don't think it would. That's my hot take. So I think grays are D because you replace them so fast. And I mean, yes, they're cost effective and you sort of rush them because they're the only way to automate anything. So conceptually, you know, all the assemblers are S tier, right? Because you need to make things in Factorio. These are Factorio, right? But in a more comparative sense, I think the grays are pretty low. Yeah, I mean, you rush gray because they're the only thing that can do it. I actually specifically left off of my list of criteria, I left off the word necessity, because lots of these buildings are 100% necessary to progress the game and move forwards, but I don't think it should get an A just because you have to build it, right? I don't think the necessity of a gray assembler means it should be graded higher. Yeah, the iconicness of it is pretty high, but I think that's true of all three of these. You probably see more pictures with these in them. You see pictures of starter bases with these, but you see pictures of late game bases with these. I think something like this kind of makes sense, you know? These are standard, you play with them for a long time, but as soon as you can get yellows, you replace them. There's no real reason to keep using the blues at all once you have the yellows. Oh, here's the fun one. Are they yellow or are they green? That's the real question. Argue in the comments. All right, for whatever reason, lightning rods came to my eye, though they are planet specific, which kind of gets into other types of conversations too. But I'm gonna put that at F tier because I think it's a completely unnecessary entity. I never built one, first of all, and you really don't need to unless you're running out of power, at which point you just build them because they soak up a larger percentage of lightning. I think they could have just had this one soak up 40% by default. Would the game have been any worse? I doubt it. Like this felt like a really unnecessary having two tiers of something where you only need one to me. It just, by the time I needed any more power than what these provided, what am I trying to say? Like, again, it's kind of like my argument for gray and blue. Like, why do we need two tiers here when this tier is already more than good enough for everything you need to do for a long time on Fulgora, to the point where by the time you have these, you're just doing it for the slight boosts, at which point you could have just had the quality bonuses for this be higher, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Like, I don't know. It just felt unnecessary to have two tiers. That's the point I'm making. Accumulators were the bottleneck. Exactly. Monotest. That's the point I'm trying to make. Accumulators are the thing that are slowing down your power, not these things. Yeah, and the big ones have a larger range, but again, does that mean we needed another one of them, or could they have just made the range a little longer on these? Like, is it a necessary upgrade, or could we have just made the base ones better? Like, is there a sense of we need the player to feel like the lightning rods were really weak when I landed on Fulgora, but then after I played on Fulgora for a little bit and got Fulgora and Science packs, now I have the strong lightning rods and everything's different now. Like, that's not, it's like, okay, I guess I'll put the strong ones because I can. It just feels really, I don't know why I'm feeling so strongly about this right now, but I feel like this second tier of lightning rod is completely unnecessary. So they get an F. These get a C because they do what they need to do. I found lightning to be a pretty boring mechanic overall. Graphics wise and sound wise, incredible. Even conceptually, it's really cool, like a lore wise sense. But the actual gameplay of it is very boring. You place the lightning rods so that your whole base is covered with coverage, and that's it. There's zero like intrigue or nuance, or different players might do it differently. It's like, no, everybody just places the lightning rods. That's it. That's all there is to it. And once you place the lightning rods, you now have, unless you're building a really crazy base, you have enough power. You just need to build more accumulators until you can collect it. So overall, lightning felt like a fairly weak mechanic. It was very cool in terms of the design and the look and stuff. I just wish it had a little bit more play to it mechanically. Yeah, it's like a puzzle that's way too easy to solve. It's like, oh, cool, a puzzle, and then you open it and it's a 4-piece puzzle, and you're like, well, the corner pieces go here, I guess I'm done. And you know, you didn't need to spend barely any time using the Fulgoran lightning rods that were already planted for you. You know, you could build these really easily and really fast. So it felt weird. It felt too easy. Yeah. All right. Moving on. blueprints. Let's rank these, because these are a really interesting thing to rank. I think blueprints deserve, well, no. It's hard because there's different concepts here, but I think blueprints need S tier, because they're part of what makes Factorio is that you can easily build massive factories, and that would not be possible without blueprints. And copy pasting is just an extension of blueprints and deconstruction planners. So I'm kind of putting these together as one thing. I do think they're separate though, and I'm glad that they're separate things in the game. The deconstruction planner and being able to filter it is a really amazing mechanic, and the blueprint planner, and now you can parameterize them in such a way that when you paste your blueprint, it asks you questions about what you want it to look like. I mean, it's just amazing. It's just amazing. And not having any limits, there's no limits on how big you make them. Like in Satisfactory, you can just make whatever you want into a blueprint, and you can modify it, you can remove, I mean, all the ability, what you can do with it is incredible. Like being able to change the tiling of it, I forget what it's called, the offset, and you can have it so that when you click and drag, it offsets from wherever you started clicking and dragging, or you can change it to a global offset so that when you place one, it'll be lined up with the global grid of all the other ones of the same blueprint. Like, it's just so cool. I love blueprints. I think they're really well done in Factorio. My only gripe is that with remote view and needing to drop all your items before you go to space, my only gripe is that blueprints are still items that default to going into your inventory. I think they should default to going into your blueprint library, because that's how most games deal with blueprints, is there's just a blueprint library. That's all there is. And I understand why they need to be items, both for legacy reasons and for mods that use them as items, like recursive blueprints. That's all fine. It just shouldn't default to going there. It should default to being in your library. And so if you, because right now, a common thing I'll do is I'll copy a section, I'll plop it onto my hotbar so that I can use that planner or blueprint or whatever, or deconstruction planner. And then I'll hit Q to get the item out of my hand, and then it put it in my inventory. And I think it really should have gone into the library, not my inventory. So that's one improvement I think could be made. Oh yeah, Alor, the quality of life, that now that we can change the offsets of a blueprint with the shift arrow keys, super awesome. Super duper awesome. The upgrade planner gets an A. It doesn't get an S because of quality shenanigans are really annoying to do with the upgrade planner. You can't do like any building of uncommon quality upgrade to that same building but of rare quality. Like, you can't do that. And you really need to be able to do that, I think. So the upgrade planner gets knocked down a peg because of space age quality, but in general, it's right up there with these guys in its usefulness. You tend not to use it as much as well, which is why I think A rather than S makes sense. Yeah, the blueprinting system in Factorio is incredible, and I love it. And I think it's part of the reason for Factorio's success. Ooh, the mining drill. Where does the mining drill go? I mean, let's get our three drills out here. The burner drill. The burner drill, I think, is not quite the same situation as these two. The reason they're different is that they have different functionality. Their footprints are different. One of them needs to be fueled and the other doesn't, right? That, like, there's a very different feel. Whereas these two are functionally the same. Yes, this has two modules, this one doesn't, but like games that turn this into a burner assembler, I actually like that progression better. But this being an electric assembler and this also being electric makes it feel like there's kind of an unnecessary upgrade that you get really soon into the game. I do think this is one of those arguments where I'm a jaded player with 2,000 hours. A new player to the game is going to spend a lot more hours with gray assemblers, and they're going to feel really good about upgrading to blue assemblers when they finally get there, because it takes a lot of gameplay to even get to green science when you're new and it's your first time. So there's definitely a reason for them existing, I will say. But as a jaded player who's played for thousands of hours, I say do away with the gray. You know, like, it's fine. But burner drills don't quite feel like as useless. And they feel a little fun to make the burner drills that feed each other with coal. That's kind of fun. So from a vibe check way, I think burner drills deserve to be a C. They do their job, they do what they need to do. You do replace them as soon as you can, but they don't feel as useless as like a burner inserter or another thing. But at the same time, you never touch them again. Once you're past them, you never use them. There are almost zero reasons to use a burner drill. I mean, you have to fight pretty hard to think of even one. So I'm gonna put them in D for that reason. I think regular drills get a B because they're the workhorse. They're the workhorse of Factorio. And it's a little less true now that we have oil oceans, we have ammonia oceans, we have Gleba agriculture towers, you know, so it's a little less true that these are the only way to get resources. But before those things, this was kind of the only way you got anything, was a drill. Now there are other methods. But I think it gets a B. It's the workhorse. It does a great job. You can wire it up to make extendo blueprints when you play Class Door Phobia. That's not a vanilla reason, but I don't know. But does that bring it above C? Yeah, I think it does. But the big drills get an A. The big drills are awesome. I mean, they've got a low resource drain, so they basically last forever. The effective quality on these things is nuts. You know, an uncommon one gives you like 20 or 30% more ore from a patch than a regular one. They stack the items on top of the belt automatically for you. You don't even need a stack inserter. Like, just the list goes on. The huge area outside of the drill, they've got 4 tiles of a radius outside of the hitbox of the drill, so you can fit beacons in between them and still mine the whole patch. Oh, it's just chef's kiss. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. I love the big drills. I think they're actually too powerful in terms of the quality effect. I think the quality effect is a little bit too strong as you're working up the ranks. I think starting at 50% is fine, but the legendaries are only like, what, 7% drain or 9% drain or something? And I think that's like a little bit too far down the road of ridiculousness. 8%. So that's 12.5x multiplier, whereas a regular one is only a 2x multiplier. So that feels like that ramp is a little too steep. That being said, it doesn't really matter because, you know, you've already got the productivity bonuses that you're researching anyway. So between that and these, you end up having a lot of ore, and it's great. What else? Accumulators? Sure. Accumulators are, I think they're a C. They do what you need them to do. I have few complaints, and I actually think they did something cool with accumulators where the power rate finally matters on Fulgora, whereas that's never really mattered before. Like, in most contexts before Fulgora existed, the rate at which an accumulator could charge or drain almost never really mattered unless you had like a lot of laser turrets and only a few accumulators or something. Because for the most part, their capacity is such that if you have enough accumulators to handle the capacity you need, then there's more than enough input and output as well. But with the Fulgora lightning strikes happening, now that rate actually matters, and I think that's cool. On that note, solar panels, no notes. They do what you need to do. I think Space Age did a good job making it so that solar panels weren't just the solution everywhere. I like that. It's also realistic in space. The further away you go from the sun, the less power you get. So that was all good, but I don't really have a reason to bring it up higher. I don't think. Yeah. Not so much. Boilers. Now boilers are another solid workhorse of the mid game. I think you feed them with coal, you can feed them with solid fuel later, and they're still going strong. I mean, you can do the whole game on steam power, you know, if you really want to. That might be less true now in Space Age, but I think it's still true. I think these guys get a C. Especially with the new water mechanics and the new steam mechanics, it's even easier. Yeah, I guess heating towers are kind of a new contender to take over. That is interesting. Water can be a pain in some places. That is true. The new fluid mechanics make it easier though. Like before, I think water in general, or steam in general, was a little weaker because of how much water you needed and the flow rates of pipes were lower. But now that's quite a bit better. What else? Let's kind of keep going with some of these similar ideas. So we'll do like the turbine, the pump jack. We get the power options going here. Fusion, fusion, that thing, these things. Okay, so moving on to the super boiler. I like the heat mechanic. It has its issues. I wish there were like underground heat pipes or higher throughput heat pipes, or some combination of those. But I actually really like heat in general, so I'm gonna put those at a B. I think it's a cool mechanic that the heat actually flows between pipes. Now that fluids don't actually flow between pipes, we gotta have something flowing. So now heat is our fluid that actually flows. And I just think it's really cool that like the temperature is representing power, right? Like a 600 degree pipe is holding more energy in it than a 500 degree pipe, and that energy is actually exchanged with the water to turn into steam that makes the same amount of power. It's just all really cool. It reminds me of oxygen not included, and like all the cool math you do with like heat capacity and temperature change and all that nonsense, and I really like it. And I think nuclear just deserves to be right there with it, as well as the steam turbines. I almost want to knock these down slightly, because why did they have to make it so the ratio of these is not 1 to 2? And it's so close to 1 to 2. I think that's the reason I question it. If it was further away from 1 to 2, like it was maybe 1 to 2.7 or something, that would be one thing. But it's like 1 to 2.2 or 2.1. It's really close to the point where you need, I can't remember if it's slightly more or slightly less. I think it's slightly less than 2 of these. I don't know why I can't remember which way it goes, but whichever way it is, it feels so close to being exactly 2 that they might as well have made it 2. Because if it's that close, what's the point? It was one of those things where it's like, I'm fine with it being a different ratio, but then make it more different rather than it's really close. Just, I don't know. Regardless, I think it deserves a B rating. The nuclear and heat system is really cool. The heating towers are interesting. A new addition to Space Age. I kind of am with whoever was saying they just completely make boilers irrelevant. That is interesting, because it's true. But I also kind of like that there's a better way to make fuel turn into power, because it kind of was like, well, you do this or you don't do anything. But now we can use these, which have extra efficiency. And obviously, like on Gleba, they're really important to trash stuff. On Aquilo, they're important to trash extra solid fuel. I think they're pretty cool. But do they deserve a B? I don't know. I think I'll leave them at C. I don't have a good reason to bring them up. This is probably because the default temperature is 15. Maybe, but I guess if they're wanting to use a nice even number of steam, then yes. And you want the nice temperature to be 500, then yes, the amount of power it makes is going to be weird. One of the numbers is going to have to be weird. The temperature could be 515 instead, though, to fix it, or the amount of steam it consumes could be a weirder number, to make the ratio 1:2 for those. Anyway, fusion. Continuing on with the power mechanics. Fusion was cool. I really like the new fusion mechanic. I think the fact that it self-throttles is really neat. It's completely cost-effective to make the fusion cells. The plasma recycling loop is cool, that you have to cool something. It's cool. You have to cool it off. The fact that the fusion generators have to touch other fusion generators and you can't connect things with pipes is neat. So overall, fusion reactors get an A. I don't think they get an S because they're just not really that necessary. By the time you get them, the game's almost over. They're very much an end game thing rather than a like necessary part of your playthrough. So as far as the usefulness measure, the time is not up there. You know, this little menu is annoying that it pops up every time I click on it. But yeah, so I think because you have them for such a short time before victory, it's not quite S tier. Because we're not ranking things like how useful are they for your mega base, right? If that's what we were ranking things on, then fusion would probably be S. All right, moving on. Let's do the other minor type things. So the drill pump jack. Pump jack does what you need it to do. I don't really have any thoughts on it. It can hold modules. You can beacon them just like miners. I don't know. I got nothing. They're fine. Agricultural towers. Now, these things are sweet. I love the way they look. The graphics are really cool. The fact that they plant the trees and then they grow and then they harvest it. It's like it's way cooler than mining. I will say that. So I think it deserves a B or even an A for that. I might give it an A because it's just so freaking cool. I really like the agricultural towers. It does feel weird that you don't need to irrigate or give any compost or anything, you know, but that's a mod thing. It actually, people have guessed, and I think they're guessing accurately, that used to be a mechanic because the agricultural tower has a pipe connection at the bottom. So I'm guessing you needed to feed it water at some point, or maybe even some sort of nutrient liquid or something. But no longer that is the case, probably for simplicity's sake. What to go to here? The old lab? Or I guess we should finish off the collection mechanics. Offshore pump. Offshore pumps I find particularly boring. I think they're so simple, it's just kind of like a checkbox. There's nothing interesting about them. And I think that's true on every single planet you build them on. Like on Novus, okay, well, I guess you put an offshore pump to get some water and then you connect it up and you just have to build close to water. On Vulcanus, well, I guess you have to build close to lava to get your lava, but now you can just pump lava for, I don't know. It's just an offshore pump I don't think is interesting. It's necessary. I'm not knocking it in the sense that I think they shouldn't exist in the game. I just wish they were more, there was more nuance and play to it than there currently is. Because right now it's kind of just a checkbox item. So, yeah, I don't know. I wish there was more to it. It's just kind of a boring thing. But yeah, let's talk about labs. Labs are such an interesting game because research in this game is such an interesting thing. You know, the idea of feeding tech packs instead of researching in a different way. Like a lot of games would have research labs and a tech tree, but the research labs kind of contribute the research points naturally. So the fact that the labs have to actually be fed with certain items to do the researches I know at this point it's kind of a norm in gaming, but I think back when this game started, that wasn't a norm. It is kind of a newer mechanic. I have no negative things to say about labs. They do what they need to do. They look really cool. Disco Science is fun if you have that mod. But yeah, I don't know. Labs are kind of just what they are, you know. I don't have anything bad to say about them. But I do wish the Biter Labs could go places other than Nauvis. That's kind of an interesting topic. We haven't talked about it a lot yet in this stream, but just the railroading that Space Age does, just overall as a topic, is interesting to talk about. Because vanilla Factorio did not do much railroading at all. And there's some tiny places where you can argue that it's railroading, but Space Age has railroaded you in quite a few ways. And what I mean by railroading is generally, and it can be used in a bit of a flexible way, but generally it means you are adding a restriction that is artificial. Like the fact that you can only place these on Nauvis is simply a checkbox that they could uncheck. It is an artificial restriction. Now, it could have lore reasons, it could have like reasons that it makes sense, or it could even have reasons that it's going to make the game more fun. All of that's irrelevant to the fact that it is railroading, though. Like, railroading is railroading. It's something you can define, and only being able to put these on Nauvis is railroading. Whether it's good or not is a different question. I just want to make sure we're like being clear when we communicate, like, this is railroading. The question is it fun? Is it good? Should it be the way it is? Right? And that's up for discussion. I think it's interesting because if you didn't, to the Biolab specifically, if you didn't force them on Nauvis, pretty much everybody would put them on Gleba, right? Because then Gleba you wouldn't need to worry about the spoil time on the agricultural science packs. You'd get a higher rate of them, and you would transport all your other science to Gleba. I actually think that's cooler, and maybe this is just a me thing. I think it would have been cooler to make the transition of, oh, now I ship all my science from Nauvis to Gleba, rather than, and then Gleba would be the only planet you don't ship science off of. You're shipping science off of every planet. I don't think shipping science off of a planet is that cool of a mechanic. And the agricultural packs last for an hour, and that's long enough that even with a pretty inefficient space platform setup, you're still able to get packs pretty consistently. It's just a question of, are you getting the packs, like I'm comparing the world where you're doing the science on Gleba versus shipping it home. Maybe if you ship it home to Nauvis, the packs are all at 40%. And if you did the science right there on Gleba, the packs would be at 80%. It works either way. Like, yes, you need to ship more packs if they're at 40%. And that's a pretty conservative estimate. Like, they're probably going to be higher than 40% in most cases without that much work, even. And that being said, it's like, would it really have been that much? Like, it is cool that you have to ship something that's spoiling. I think that concept is neat. But I actually think at the end of the day, it ends up just working out because the spoil time is long enough that you don't really have to fight that hard to get agricultural packs to Nauvis. And if you're not getting enough, you just ship more of them. You don't, because your ship is already, what I'm trying to say is it's not hard to get your ship shuttling science within that 1 hour window. And once you've done that, then it's just a question of sending more if you don't have enough. And I actually think it would have been more interesting to have to ship all the science that you've made on Nauvis over to Gleba, because that's actually, you know, now you're dealing with lots of production lines, and you're dealing with, what, 5 science packs? Red, green, military, yellow, purple, and space, which is being made in space, usually above Nauvis. Then you might make that over Gleba, and so you move that platform. I actually think there would have been a lot more interesting gameplay going on if these could only be made on Gleba, or even just they let you make them on Gleba. Because I think a lot of players would actually still put them on Nauvis just because it's less work. because all their science is already on Nauvis. So transporting everything to Gleba would have been a bigger project. A lot of people wouldn't do it. But then if you do, now you have your Gleba science not being spoiled very fast. I don't know. For whatever reason, with the way it plays out in my head, I think making these restricted to Nauvis is a choice that's not actually adding fun. It's actually forcing a solution where a lot of players would have done that solution anyway, and the other options, while they might be more effective for like a late game thing, they also have a high cost to them. So it provides an interesting what's the word I'm looking for? Not give or take, kind of a give or take. It's a trade-off. I think it's actually an interesting trade-off if these could be built anywhere, because then you're like, where do I want to put my science facility? And it's kind of a big pain in the butt to move it off of Nauvis. But if you do the pain in the butt thing, it might pay you off because you get more Gleba science. I don't know. Anyway, very interesting topics. There's a similar argument for like, should you be able to make green belts on other planets than Vulcanus or some things like that? Or not a similar argument, but a similar like conversation topic. And I think some people really don't like the restrictions. Other people really like them. I'm somewhere in the middle. I think a lot of the restrictions they have make sense and I think make the game more fun. I think some of them, like this one, as I've talked about it, I think I'm like, I don't know if I'm on board with that restriction. I think it's kind of it's removed a player choice that I think would have actually been an interesting one, and not just a boring players always do X, so that's boring and not fun, so we'll remove the option for X. I actually don't think it would have been that. Okay, on to beacons. I want to talk about beacons. Beacons are so cool. I think they do struggle from the issue of like the optimal game being more beacons than assemblers. I don't love that, which is why I think a lot of people actually really liked the space exploration version where you could only have one beacon. The problem with that though is it did still encourage building in grids. I kind of wish for a middle ground where you have the space exploration beacons, but if two beacons are affecting one building, it still works. It just doesn't receive the effect of one of them. And I don't know how the building would pick, and that would be a little complicated, but the thing that was annoying about the space exploration one was that when they overlapped, it was actually detrimental, and so it literally forced you to build this grid-based rectangle overlap. Otherwise, you're actually turning off buildings, and that was kind of annoying. And so that was the issue I had with the SE ones. If there was a way, and I don't have a great solution in my head, because like I was just saying, you could make it so it only receives the effects from one building or one beacon, but then which one would it receive? You could just make it so it doesn't receive any beacon effects if there's more than one beacon, but it still works. That might have been fine. All that being said, I really like the changes they made in Space Age, because now you can just build one or two beacons and you get not most of the effect, but you get a lot of the effect that you would get from 8 beacons, and rather than just a fourth of the effect if you built 2. So I really like the changes. I think they're really great. I think beacons offer a cool way to speed things up in the late game. I do find them, you know, from a game design perspective, I could see a world where not having beacons in your game could actually make it better in some ways, but I really like them. I think they've worked out well for Factorio. So I'm going to give them a B tier because they're really cool and I like them, and I think they're very helpful. You rush them, like the rush factor is pretty high. The cost effectiveness is pretty high. You use them for the rest of the game. So I think beacons are pretty great, and quality beacons are insanely strong. Yeah. All right. Do we want to go towards the module side of the conversation? The smelter side of the conversation? Let's do repair packs. That's kind of a random one. Repair packs are fine. They do what you need to do. I don't know. They're kind of one of those weird items that feels out of place in Factorio. I like, what if bots could just repair buildings and they didn't need packs to do it? Would that actually be a problem? I don't think so. I don't know. It's one of those things like blueprints being items in your inventory, where it feels like, or you know how the axe used to be an item that you'd equip to go mining, and you could get a steel axe, you know, to mine faster. And then at some point they kind of were like, why are we doing this anymore? Does this really have a purpose? I kind of feel like repair packs are in that category. Like, they're totally fine. They do what they need to do. They repair your buildings. But they're so cheap that it really kind of doesn't matter. You know, like they're just a couple of iron and copper and you're done. And so you can just make them in the thousands. And then at that point, they kind of might as well not exist at all. So it comes back to that argument of like, are they worth it for the very short window of time in the early game where their cost isn't zero? And I don't have the best answer for that, but I personally think the game would be fine without them if bots could just repair buildings for free. I don't really think that would change much. It would just be one less thing to automate, you know. And at some point, if you remove too many things, you don't have enough things to automate. But anyway. Okay, so let's do modules before buildings. I actually think I want to do it that way, because the rest of the buildings are all, with the exception of the recycler, they're all processing buildings. And I guess the biter nest is kind of unique too. So modules, huh? How do we do this? Do we do one color at a time or one tier at a time? I think we do one tier at a time. So we'll start with speed 1. I'm gonna give speed 1 a B because there's such a nice boost when you first get them. And it also feels relatively fair in terms of they do boost the power requirements of things by a lot. And it feels like that's a stage of the game where you probably don't have a ton of extra power. And so these are a real trade-off to put them in things, but it feels pretty good to do so. I think productivity 1 feels about the same for me. Like, they're really nice. You get just a little bit of productivity, not a ton. It's only 4%, and you usually only have blue assemblers at that point, so it's really only 8% more. But 8% more feels really good to get for free, you know, but they're using a lot more power. And efficiency 1, I'm ranking them a little higher only because of my recent Death World playthrough, and I saw the need for them. They're very nice for putting in your mining drills, and it's an easy place to save power and pollution. They're also more helpful because of beacons having a stronger effect at only a couple of them. So you could do like 2 beacons around a building with 2 speed 1s in one beacon and then a mixture in the other one, and that helps cut back a little bit on power. But that being said, I don't think it gets higher than a B. Now, quality. Quality modules feel like the conversation of quality as a whole goes along with them, but I'll try to grade them a little bit more independent of the quality mechanic. Quality 1s are kind of bad. It's such a low chance. You only use these to have a shot at getting a couple uncommons, right? Like, and maybe you'll be blessed by your lucky stars and get a rare. But for the most part, Q1s are they're just a C. They just exist to get you a couple uncommons and hope for the best. Nothing more than that. And even higher quality 1s are still pretty bad. So that's where those land. On to tier 2 modules. Speed 2s are the workhorse of the mid game. They do what you need to do, but at that point, they kind of feel like, I don't know, I think they just get a C. They just solidly do what you want them to do. And once you get quality, you can get some higher quality speed 2s, and that's starting to get kind of strong, but they're still not crazy great. Prod 2s, I think prod modules just in general are really strong, so I'm gonna put those at a B level just because now you can start mixing prod 2s with speed 2 beacons to keep things going fast enough, but then your power usage is starting to skyrocket, so at that point you're hoping for nuclear. Like there's a lot of give and take there. But the other hard part about module 2s is they're so expensive at that stage of the game. Excuse me. My throat's a little sore today, so I probably should be drinking more water. But yeah, anyway, efficiency 2s, I'm gonna put it D tier because like you either need them or you don't, and most of the time you don't. Every rare once in a while you might put some efficiency 2s somewhere, but I feel like you already have efficiency 3s by the time you care, or you're just using efficiency 1s. And yeah, we already talked about like tier 2 modules are kind of expensive at the point where you can first make them, so you're probably not making these. These always feel expensive. If these were way cheaper than the other tier 2 modules, I think I might make some of them sometimes, but they're not cheaper, so I don't make them. Q2, these are the workhorse of early quality. You know, you're not seeing the Q3s until after you're done with Fulgora. I don't know if they deserve a B tier though. I think they still kind of do what they need to do. Now you've got, once you have these, you also have assembler 3s, and so you can get 4 of the Q2 modules, and now you're starting to actually get a real chance, you know, to get a decent amount of uncommons and even some rares. And then you can also roll for higher quality Q2 modules, at which point you really start to see the benefits. So I feel like quality 2 is when you finally start to feel like you can play with the mechanic. At least a medium amount. Until you get recyclers, that's still sort of not true. But yeah. Q2s exist only to make 5 boxes full of asteroid grabbers. Yes, yeah, exactly. So you can get some uncommon asteroid collectors. But yeah, here's another hot take. I liked the quality mechanic more before I got recyclers and before I unlocked epic and legendary. I thought it was actually really interesting and fun on those early hours of just being on Nowvis, not having recyclers, and figuring out what I wanted to do with quality there. I thought that was a more interesting, like, give and take. The Gambletron loop is really cool, but it is kind of like, well, if I just want higher quality, then I have to go down this rabbit hole of solving this problem with some form of Gambletron production recycling loop. I do like how complex that particular challenge is. I don't know if I like the number of different quality tiers there are, and it gums up your inventory. And I talked about that in my review. It's just kind of bloats things. It bloats the game a bit. And it's there are some really suave solutions that you wish you could do, but you can't do because you can't just have an assembler make, like, it can't interchange lower quality or higher quality items for the same thing. So you have to, it's all got to be exactly that. And that means you have to do finicky stuff for solutions. Anyway, that's more talking about the quality mechanic as a whole. So back to modules. Speed 3s get an A, maybe even an S. These things, I mean, you need them everywhere, right? Like, you need things to go fast. However, with the new buff to beacons and quality on modules and beacons and assemblers, they're not as I think these would have been S in Factorio 1.1 before Space Age. I think I'm gonna knock them down to A though. They feel less necessary, and you need less of them because now your building already is going way faster without even having a speed module. So like a higher quality assembler, you know, with higher quality prod modules is probably going faster than a non-quality assembler with non-quality prod modules, even with some speed beaconing going on. So it's really interesting. Yeah. S3A because P3S. Those are all letters that I somehow understood. All right, E3, it gets a C. It's really helpful when you want it. At the time you're finally making them, they're fairly cheap, and you're gonna use some of them in some places, like on a space platform if you're trying to save power, or you mix one or two in with higher quality levels so that your foundries are taking 10 megawatts instead of 20 megawatts a piece. You know, like the power usage numbers do start to get kind of astronomically huge, and if you're not building large fusion plants, you might actually need some. I definitely used some of these, so I'll keep them at C. I think they do their job. But yeah, the obvious S tier is Prod 3. So freaking good. I mean, free stuff. Like, you can't complain about that. Yeah, it costs you more power and time, but you can make up for that with these guys, and every once in a while these guys, and quality, because higher quality stuff is always giving you the benefits without the downsides. So like a higher quality speed module is in fact kind of like an efficiency module, because it's giving you more speed than it's costing you power, which is actually saving you power, which is crazy. That being said, I think the Q3 modules, I think they also get a C. Like you need them for doing a Gambletron, but you don't need a Gambletron. And yeah, I agree, Aloy. Like, these aren't even that much better than Q2s. I ran into that issue where like an epic Q2, or was it a rare Q2 was better than an uncommon Q3, or they're like the same. Like basically these are just like one quality level higher equivalent, and they cost so much more. So really the Q3s are kind of for that end game, mega base and late game stuff, but you don't need them. And if your only goal is to get some uncommon, maybe a little bit of rare stuff to throw onto your space platform, your higher quality Q2s are already going to get that job done. So I think that makes sense. All right, moving on. Let's talk about recyclers now. Recyclers are, I have so many mixed thoughts, because I think they do what they need to do. Like, that's a C tier thing. I think it's B tier because they dump stuff straight onto belts, which is really cool. I like having a mixture of buildings that dump stuff onto belts versus those that don't. I also really like that they are deterministic for item counts over 4. I actually, at that point, I almost wish they had taken it, and I don't think it would work in the game engine, but if we're dreaming of for ponies, I wish they had taken it half a step further, where it was just completely deterministic, where let's say you were recycling a building that required 1 engine. These don't require engines, but let's say a steam engine cost you 1 engine to craft, and you put it in a recycler. I wish it would work like productivity, where it filled the engine bar 1/4 of the way after recycling 1, and then after you've recycled 4 steam turbines, it would give you back exactly 1 engine. Because that's how it works for item counts that are multiples of 4. It is that deterministic. If a item requires 20 of something, the recycler will give you back 5 of them, exactly 1/4. So I kind of wish it worked that way for everything. Again, I realize the game engine wouldn't support it with the way the game works and stuff, but I'm dreaming for ponies, and that's the pony that I want. That being said, it's really great. It does what you want it to do. A lot of people have always wanted the recycler mod. I mean, we've had mods that do just that, where they're like, oh, I made a bunch of this building and I no longer need this building. I wish I could turn them all back into their pieces. And now you can. It's very cool. The fact that you can put quality modules in them is an interesting, like, it complexifies the whole recycling quality loop thing by a lot. I'm still not sure where I land on all that. I have some, like, is that actually good? It's cool, but is it good? But yeah, I think recyclers are A. They're pretty sweet. I like the design. I really like Fulgora, using them as the production mechanic. That almost feels like a separate thing, though. It almost feels like they could have made that a separate building to process the Fulgora scrap rather than use recyclers. So it's kind of like 2 buildings in 1. Very sad that you can't prod the recyclers. That would be probably bad. All right, stone furnace probably gets a C. It does what you need to do, but you upgrade as soon as you can to steel. But steel is actually kind of expensive. Like when you first unlock steel furnaces, it's a lot of steel and a lot of stone brick, right? I think it's steel and stone brick, which you don't have in huge amounts yet. Ironically, stone furnaces don't use stone brick, even though they're clearly made out of stone bricks. They only use regular stone, which I always thought was kind of funny. But the steel furnaces use stone brick, so I don't think steel furnaces actually are a immediate great replacement for stone furnaces. Sometimes you keep using stone furnaces for a while, so I think they belong in C rather than D for that. And I think steel furnaces, I mean, they're a workhorse. I think they get a B. They're awesome. You can replace them in place over the stone furnaces, so you're just easily doubling. It's around the same time that you've got red belts, and so you can take a full yellow belt production with stone furnaces and boom, transform it to red belts and steel furnaces and blue inserters. You probably don't need blue inserters for steel furnaces, but you could, and now everything's like the same but twice as fast. It just feels really good. So I think steel furnaces get a B. Electric furnaces, I have always hated these stupid things. They're 3x3, they only take 2 modules, which feels really wimpy compared to the other buildings. They don't go any faster than steel furnaces. They take twice as much power as steel furnaces, so you're actually inefficiently costing you power. And so these things suck until you have huge amounts of beacons and modules and all sorts of other stuff. So I'm gonna knock them down to D. I never liked electric furnaces. It always felt like they were later game than they were, if that makes any sense. Like you didn't really use them when you unlocked them. And it felt like they were kind of off limits until you had beacons and modules and lots of power, right? Because they suck so much power, and then you start beaconing and moduling them to make them a little bit better for the size that they are. But then at that point, you're using like hundreds of megawatts, and so you really can't use them until you have nuclear, is kind of what it felt like. Yeah, so that's my take there. Let's see. Foundries, though. I mean, all the new stuff. Let's save the new buildings for... We'll do all 4 of these in a row. So let's do chem plants. Chem plants... I mean... Chem plants and oil refineries kind of feel like C's to me. They do what they need to do. They've got 3 modules each, so it's kind of low, but still 3. So it's not as bad as the furnaces. I don't know if I have any notes. Process your oil. The new, I mean, this is kind of unrelated, but the ability to flip them now is super nice. So that's great. Yeah, exactly, Nurston. Exactly. But I don't think that means these get ranked higher because of it, but it is nice. Yeah, I don't know. I think they do what they need to do. I don't really have a ton of thoughts on them, which again is kind of what you want as a developer, is for someone to play your game, use the things, and you ask them at the end, how was that? And you're like, honestly, I got no notes. It was great. You know, or it was adequate. It was fine. I don't even know if great is the right word, because that makes it sound like I have things that made it feel great, but it just felt completely normal. I didn't think about it at all. So that's a C. Captive biters. This almost feels like it should be 2, because there's the captive biters that you capture, and then there's the captive biters that you create. Captive biters as a mechanic, it was kind of weird. It kind of came out of nowhere. Like, they didn't even add it to the game until, well, they might have been planning it for a long time, but it was added pretty late in the process. How do I feel about it, though? I thought it was cool. I didn't like having to ship, or I didn't like having to use biter eggs for these, because it meant you couldn't use the same blueprints that you use for the other Q3 modules, and that felt a little weird. That feels like something a mod pack would do. Like Pyanodons is like, hey, we want to help it so that all your metal production doesn't feel like the same blueprint for iron, copper, tin, and lead. I think that's really great. The problem is Factorio didn't do that. These three are exactly the same. Q3, E3, and S3 exactly the same, and then P3 not the same. And that felt unnecessary. I almost think it would have been good to have an intermediate that you make with biter eggs, and then that doesn't spoil. So then you can use the same blueprint for all 4 of your tier 3 modules. That complaint aside, I thought it was really cool to capture the biters and like collect biter eggs by using the bioflux that you import from Glaybot. Like, I actually did like that. I think that's a cool loop. And needing that to make the biolabs was cool. So I think overall it's pretty neat. I think for like innovation sense, it gets a B for me. It's actually really cool. The vibe is really cool. I do have some complaints about the biter eggs, but that's more about the eggs than this itself as a capture mechanic and this making the eggs. That was all fine. Excuse me. All right, now we're getting down to brass tacks. Centrifuges. They're really slow and they only can do 2 modules, and I never liked that. D tier. They're also the only thing that can deal with uranium, but we already said necessity doesn't increase the grade. Just the fact that you need them doesn't give them good grades. D tier. Okay, here we go. These are the big 4. These are the big 4. So, oh, you know what? F for centrifuge. I'm gonna go down to F because I just thought one more thing about them. The recipe. It feels like a different human made the recipes for the nuclear related stuff and the rest of Factorio. It is so gobsmackingly different when you look at all the recipes for buildings and you look at a centrifuge. I need to look it up. Centrifuge Factorio. It's so weird to me. Like 100 red circuits, 100 concrete, 100 gears, and 50 steel. Nothing else costs anything like that other than the nuclear plant, which costs, and then the like heat exchanger stuff costs 1 billion copper plates, but otherwise isn't that crazy. I don't know. It just, centrifuges have always felt weirdly expensive to me. And I just haven't quite understood. It's just felt not balanced in a way that made sense. So I give centrifuges an F for that reason. Yeah, the rocket silo is expensive, but that feels reasonable. The building is huge. It's 10 by 10 or 12 by 12 or whatever. The centrifuge is 3 by 3. It doesn't look that much bigger. It doesn't seem that much denser. You know, our assemblers are only costing like 9 gears and 5 circuits, and then this thing's over here costing 100 gears and 100 circuits and 50 steel, and it's like, why? And 100 concrete? Why? It could have been 20 concrete. Yeah, it does make it a big investment, but the problem is you still, it's a different, it's like having Pyanodons inside of regular Factorio. Like, I like that the building is a bigger investment, but it's just weird that only these have that applying to them. I think they're trying to figure out, like, well, how many are you gonna need? You're only gonna need like 10 of these, so we want it so that building 10 of these feels pretty expensive, which means one of them needs to be pretty expensive too. Whereas the other buildings, like furnaces, you're gonna need hundreds of them, so it's fine if they're not individually like crazy expensive. So I can see how it's still relatively balanced, but it feels weird to me. I don't know. Vibe check doesn't pass. Okay. EMP, cryogenic plant, biochamber, and foundry. It's hard to give these bad grades because they're awesome. I love all the new buildings. Even you, biochambers. We'll talk more about it, but I love them all. Can I put them all in S tier? Maybe not, but like, maybe I can, because like all the metal you get, the molten metal is cool. I really like Foundries. I do think there's too many exclusive to Vulcanus recipes, but that doesn't really have that much to do with Foundries. I think Foundries being exclusive to Vulcanus is fine. They're a bit OP. Yes, they are. But that's why things go into S tiers, because they're OP. To be fair. Some of that is why we're tier listing it, right? Like, they are ridiculously strong. The only knock to their strength in the game is needing calcite, but they need such a small amount of calcite that it's very easy to transport that around. Or, in the later game, it's very easy to just grab it from space and send it down once you have the advanced reprocessing recipe. So I do think Foundries get an S. EMPs, also S. I mean, these are insanely good, even more so than the Foundries, because like they don't even need the calcite, right? And they just give you the free 50% productivity. The downside is the input. They can be a little trickier because like the fluid inputs aren't centered, and if you're trying to, I mean, these are kind of the same way, where if you're replacing a smelting line, you're just going to need to rebuild it. But these are more of a direct replacement for an assembling machine in the sense that they have the exact same recipes. These have the whole new recipe of molten, and so you kind of have to think a whole new process. But these are replacing the same process, where it's like, oh yeah, you need the same ingredients and it still makes a green chip, but it just makes free ones on top of having a much faster base speed. So pretty great. They cost a lot of power. I think is actually a very real downside that I don't know if it totally balances them out, but it helps balance them out a little bit, because the cost is pretty huge of the power requirement. Once you start beaconing them and moduling them, they take like 20-30 megawatts all of a sudden. And the same is true for Foundries, but I think you feel it even more for the electromagnetic plants. I don't know if it's enough of a negative to make them balanced, because they are just great to use, but I loved them. Cryogenic plant, also S. It looks really cool. I think it's my favorite graphically of all of them. And having 8 slots for modules is really cool. And this is basically a straight upgrade over the Chem plant for most things. And then Biochamber gets a B. It's cool, but it's kind of only cool on Gleba. And this is the big difference. These 3, you can use them anywhere with very little issues, except for needing calcite for the Foundry. But again, you need such a small amount. It's hard to overstate how tiny of an amount you need. And that really makes it almost feel like not a cost at all. It's to the point where you can send 1 manual shipment and it will literally last you for like 10 hours or something, you know, when you're doing smaller amounts. And if you're doing larger amounts, it's usually easier to actually automate some amount of calcite. Whereas this guy actually needs quite a few nutrients, and nutrients spoil in 5 minutes. So you can't just have them ready to go or on some ship. You have to actually like deal with some sort of automation loop where you're constantly transporting bioflux, or you're doing some craziness where you make, you know, an item that you then recycle to turn back into something that you can then turn into nutrients. Like, yes, there's weird workarounds like that, but that's absolute, you know, nonsense, right? That's not just like an easy thing like calcite. That's what we're comparing it to, and it's nothing close to that. So yes, bioflux makes a lot of nutrients. It's easy, but the problem is you can't just plop down biochambers and just plop down a requester chest and put nutrients, right? That's what calcite is. That's how easy calcite is. And the problem here is that you then have to make the nutrients from the bioflux, which then means you have an extra processing step of making nutrients wherever you're using these, on top of needing to have bioflux, which is on Nauvis, but probably not on your other planets, and not in space, certainly. So it's way more effort to use these than the other 3. And that makes it a pretty big difference. And back to this, you can think it's an uneducated opinion, Templar, but enforcing biolabs to Nauvis being vastly better gameplay-wise is certainly an opinion. There's no facts here. And my opinion is that having the choice to put science on other planets would be better gameplay. And I think the cost of putting science on other planets is actually a very real cost that a lot of players aren't going to do. It would be an interesting choice. It wouldn't just be like, oh, you obviously put science on Gleba. A lot of people wouldn't put science on Gleba because it's a pain in the butt to move all your science there. So it makes it an interesting choice. And restricting it actually makes it not like you removed an interesting choice from the players. And that's the point I'm making there. It's not just like trimming off the fat. Players were always doing it this one way only. So we trimmed off, you know, the one option that players are never going with. And that's where I think Wooba was trying to trim off options. And that's when it's good to trim off options as a developer. Like if players are always doing it one way, you might as well trim off the way they aren't doing it. Or if players are always doing it one way and it's not the fun way, you might have to nerf that, which is what they did for like laser turrets against Gleba enemies is a perfect, and we'll talk more about this in the military ranking section, but I think it's interesting to talk about here too, that like they made it so that laser turrets weren't really good against Gleba enemies because it was a very boring solution to just have a wall of laser turrets on Gleba. And while that does remove player choice, I think that's an example where removing player choice makes the game more interesting. I think that was a good choice that they removed lasers from being this perfect, easy solution on Gleba. I have a different complaint about Gleba enemies, but we'll get there on the military tab. So here we are. This is it. Our automation tab has been tier listed. Again, you know, you guys leave comments, argue with me. I love it. That's the fun of this, is we all get to have our different opinions. And again, so much of this is vibe based, on top of so much of it being even playstyle based, right? Like people with different playstyles, maybe they've never built nuclear once in their lives, so why would they put nuclear at B tier? You know, like there, so much of it is even based on how we play as players. Some people didn't even touch the quality mechanic. Some people played tons with it. I was somewhere in the middle. I played quite a bit with it, but I certainly didn't go crazy hard on it. But yeah, I've loved a lot of the new space age stuff. I do think these new buildings being S tier is kind of what you want, given that they're meant to be really good and powerful. That's the reward you get for beating those planets, which is pretty cool. So yeah, I don't know. I think overall, this says some good things, that this is where I landed after playing Space Age, because most of the Space Age stuff is higher, which is pretty cool. But anyway, I'm gonna keep streaming, so if you're here live, stick around. But for those of you from the future YouTube recording, thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you think in the comments as always, and we'll be doing more of these in the coming days. Luke, bio lab or bio chamber? The bio lab is just, yeah, because of the Nauvis restriction. I actually think having an option would have been cool. It's also, it's hard to summarize vibes into words, right? We play games, we get vibes. We like things or we don't like things, and it can be really hard to put it into words sometimes. But for whatever reason, the biolabs just felt really boring to me. That's the word that's coming to my mind when you ask me about biolabs. It's just boring. You make them, they give you 50% research usage, which is really strong and cool, but they just somehow felt boring. It was a really good feeling upgrade in terms of my basis research production. But for whatever reason, my overall experience of them was not that great. And I don't have, like, I can pinpoint some things. Like, I do think forcing them on Nauvis maybe wasn't great. But even if they weren't, I don't think that would have fixed why they feel boring to me. I don't know if it's just because they You know what? I think I know what it is. I think they should need to be fed bioflux too. And maybe the devs thought that was too restrictive and too difficult. But they're this living entity, lore-wise, right? But they don't cost anything other than electricity still. I know you need to deal with biter eggs to make them in the first place, and it's kind of a pain in the butt. But the fact that they needed nothing maybe made it too easy for my taste. Maybe that's it. I don't actually know. It's interesting to think about. Crazy Mage, you just use a dedicated platform and interrupts. Yeah, what I didn't do properly, properly is the wrong word. That implies there's a proper way to play the game. But what I definitely didn't do was make a really speedy platform that went to places where it was needed. I only had fixed schedules for my platforms, and I never did like an interrupt based, like, oh, where am I needed? Let me take things over there real quick. I didn't do anything like that with my whatchamacallit, which would have been cool. Maybe using biolabs aggroes all the biters on the map to punish you for torturing them. I like that. I like that. Perhaps they should spoil. Yeah, I don't know. I think there's something about the biolabs that just doesn't quite. It didn't quite feel right for me. And again, it's like these are vibe checks I'm communicating. It didn't fully pass the vibe check for me for whatever reason. Maybe it's because it's. What is it? So I was just about to say maybe because it's too good, and it's just this obvious, like, well, I guess everything costs half the science packs now. Maybe it's that I think I'm starting to zero in on it. These buildings, while they do provide huge boosts, it's to your production, which is a different gameplay feel than getting free research, right? These things giving... Basically, all that these buildings do, the biolab, is it basically takes everything on the tech tree and it slashes. It's like a discount number, you know, where they like slash a line through the number and then write the new number. It basically just takes every single tech in your tech tree, and instead of 2,000 for each pack, it just has a line through that and writes 1,000. And I think that just feels kind of boring. Even though it's a good, powerful upgrade, it's like, okay, every tech in the tree is now cheaper. And that's literally all it does. It doesn't change anything. It doesn't change the... Like, what if this made all the techs cheaper, but it required more agricultural science for every single tech? You know, or something like that. Like, some sort of trade-off that still is worth it, but it's interesting that you're doing it differently. I don't know, something. I'm just spitballing. I'm not saying that's a good solution even, but it's just... something that made it feel different than just, oh, every tech is now half price. Because it literally is all of that it's doing once you get them built. And maybe that's why it didn't vibe check for me. Surface restriction, but requires biofuel. Yeah, I'm a big fan, Luke, of the concept of buildings having different requirements on different planets. I think that might be too complex for Space Age, and I think it's probably good they didn't do that. But like, I like the idea of having biochambers on Gleba, but then you have to make a separate entity, like a biochamber off Gleba entity. We'll call it a biochamber version B 2.0, and you could put that on space platforms and other planets, and it would have different requirements. It would require electricity and not nutrients, or maybe it would require nutrient bars, which don't spoil, but you still have to have them, like calcite. Or maybe, you know, maybe an EMP, an electromagnetic plant on Vulcanus needs to have an additional module in it for it to run. That's a cleaning module, because all the ash is everywhere and all the fine electronics need to be cleaned. Obviously, I'm talking like Pyanodon's level complexity stuff, but I think having different requirements for buildings on different planets could be really cool. And I think there's a lot of interesting design space there. Too hard for the main game, for sure, but all that to say, I do like the idea of having different requirements. Yeah, or on Aquilo, you know, stuff spoiling slower by default, yeah, would be really neat and feel like lore friendly and whatnot. Yeah, Vatamouse, that kind of idea, like biolabs require bioflux, and higher quality bioflux gives a higher discount. Yeah, I don't know. Obviously, you wouldn't want it to cost you a ton of bioflux. It would be more about the conceptual idea of feeding them bioflux than it would be like they cost so much that it's prohibitive. I would want it to probably not scale with speed. Anyway, I need to take a quick break for the restroom and to stretch my legs. You guys should do the same. Take care of your bodies. Make sure you're staying hydrated. We'll be back in like 2 minutes here, and we will keep going to the intermediates tab, which should be interesting. Do. Modders all are out there doing cool modder things. All right. Save. Krydax. Automation tab. Sorry for the tangent. I love tangents, Templar Warden. I live for the tangent. All right. On to the next one. Oh boy. Oh boy. Some of these are gonna be easy, like a bunch of barrels of stuff, you know. But this is a much longer list of items. All right, we need recolor these. You're getting antsy for overhaul mods. Yeah, you're just gonna have to play an old one again. Almost everything C. Hello everyone, Krydax here, and welcome back to tier listing everything in Factorio Space Age. We have now done automation and logistics, and we're going to work through the intermediates tab today, which is going to be an interesting one. I think it's going to require a slightly different approach to some of these, and we will want to think about what they are used in and things like that, because obviously the intermediates themselves don't do anything in most cases. So we will have to change a little bit of our criteria. We will have to lean a little bit heavier on some of the unique factors or the graphics, or yeah, exactly, vibe checks, Luke. So we'll see how this goes, but I think we're just gonna jump right in. I guess we'll just start with this advanced circuit. Gosh, I hate how slow red chips go. So they're going in D, right? Like I have felt multiple times like you need more red chips than you need blue chips or green chips. And that's always felt weird to me. And I think it's mostly just because of the recipe time being so long compared to how many you end up using in your base. I do think we should probably do science packs together. So for now, we'll skip science. These are in alphabetical order, clearly. Let's go with wood. Where does wood go? Is wood just a straight up F? This is another one of the, because, and again, I realize this is me being biased in some ways, but because you spend so much of your playthrough, whether it's a modded player who's playing a more advanced overhaul mod pack, or whether it's now the default vanilla Space Age playthrough, so much of the playthrough is at a point where wood doesn't even exist anymore. Now, what's kind of interesting is they've added it back into the end game, or well, the late-ish game. After you've gone to Gleba, you can then plant trees on Navis to remove pollution, which is kind of cool. But wood itself has basically zero purpose in the game other than something to move past. So I'm giving it an F because it's pretty useless. In mod packs, it can go a lot higher, but I think in Factorio as it stands, wood is kind of an F. I mean, I've seen countless pictures over the years of, you know, the burner inserter chain just to try to get rid of wood. So that tells you something. Empty barrel. Empty barrel. So remember, things get a C by default unless I have a reason to move them. So I think empty barrels kind of go in that. They're cheap, they're plentiful, they only stack to 10, which is a little low, but they do what you need to do. I don't know. I got nothing. Batteries. Batteries always feel expensive to me too. I think from a craft time perspective, because the sulfuric acid doesn't seem like that much, but it really adds up. And I think you end up like using way more oil than you think you're using. Like batteries are sneaky expensive because they feel cheap in terms of copper and iron. I don't even know if I could tell you how expensive batteries are. I don't remember the price. Is it 1 copper and 1 iron in vanilla Factorio? I've played too many mod packs. My brain is addled with different recipes. But yeah, I think the fact that they cost more oil than they look like is the tricky part. Galdoc, welcome everybody, welcome Raiders. For those who don't know, Galdoc is a wonderful streamer who, are you currently working on playing Factorio or modding Factorio? Either way, welcome, welcome. You guys should go give Galdoc a follow. Today was modding, nice. What are you working on? Art. Art for what? Your Galdoc's manufacturing or otherwise? What's up, SMO and not Melon? Oh, you were working on art for the Miraxis mod that not Melon is making. Awesome. Yeah, for everyone watching, you guys should go check out the Miraxis mod. It's not done yet, but it will be done hopefully soon. It's a whole new planet that has you underwater, and you have to make like pressure chambers, and it's really cool. It's out now already? Officially? Amazing. Go get it, everybody. Go play it. I need to go play it. Anyway. So, where am I putting green circuits? Green circuits feel like the god item, right? Like they are the freaking Factorio. Oh, you can't see it because of the green screen. How do I, hold on. Video capture device, filters, chroma key. Green circuit, yes. So yeah, Green circuits, I think, are S tier. They are maybe the most iconic Factorio item other than the gear itself, potentially. But even that's the wrong color to be the Factorio icon. There are no copper gears. Yeah, see you later, Galdoc. Have fun. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know if they deserve S, though, for that alone. I'm a little undecided. They're at least an A, though. They're just the Factorio item. Green chips, you know? The green chips are so great. Now blue chips are really cool, but I think they just solidly deserve to be a C tier. They're really expensive. That's a knock on them. I think they look the coolest. They're my favorite color of the three, but also no, I'm bumping them up. B for blue, because they go in all of the coolest recipes. Like once you have blue circuits, now you can make I can't think of a single thing. Now you can make the nuclear backpack. I forget what it's called. The portable fission reactor. You can make exoskeletons. You can make tier 2 modules. You can make all sorts of cool stuff. So, or wait, no, tier 2 modules are not blue chips. Are tier 2 modules just red chips? They're just red and green. Yeah, now you can make tier 3 modules. Anyway. Yeah, power armor. Yeah, exactly. So, that's all pretty good. Maybe we should do all the ores. Let's find all the ores here. Let's see. Stone. I probably need to pick up the pace. There's like over 100 items in this category. Is that all of them? Probably missed one. Stone is fine. I'm gonna give it a D because the patches are small and you don't get it from asteroids. I was chatting with someone in YouTube comments about, I think it could be interesting to have asteroids over Aquilo specifically that give stone. It just feels weird that you literally can't get rock when you're demolishing thousands of asteroids in space. You can get everything else, but you can't get rock. It just feels wrong. Iron ore, copper, solid workhorses of the ore world. Coal gets a C because it's not raw coal and it doesn't make me think about ash. What about these new ores? Uranium's not new. Uranium, I like the shiny green. Stone is F tier. There's no stone asteroid and it's a waste. It is a waste product on Vulcanus, that's for sure. Okay, what about all the new ones? Calcite is really strong. Between funding your foundries and also funding the recipe to make insane amounts of high temperature steam, it is just really strong. It only stacks to 50, but that's true of most ores. But calcite in particular, you ship from planet to planet more so than the other ores. So I do wish it stacked to 100, but oh well, not everything can be perfect. What about tungsten? Tungsten's a little weird. Tungsten requires you to have killed some demolishers, but it doesn't require much else. I think it goes into C. Tungsten's fine. It's a cool color. I like the purple color. Holmium is F tier. Freaking hate holmium, man. The only way you can get it is by recycling massive amounts of scrap. And you're always short on holmium ore, and there's no way to get more holmium ore without just recycling more scrap. And then you're having to trash all the... I mean, don't get me wrong, I love Fulgora and its mechanics, so I'm not complaining about that. I'm just making a point. Holmium sucks. Yeah, I really appreciated when I finally took foundries to Fulgora to make holmium plates with foundries. That helped. All right, moving on. Let's do the basics of like what you can make out of iron and copper. We'll do these guys. Yeah. Holmium is hard to quality. That's actually a really relevant point for it being F as well. That's kind of annoying. I actually considered for a moment, I was like, should they? Because right now the recipe for holmium plate is just fluid holmium. What's it called? Holmium solution. And I actually wonder if they should make it holmium solution plus holmium ore. Like a tiny bit of, like, one holmium ore plus some holmium solution or something. But then at the same time, that makes it too easy to get high quality holmium plates. So maybe it should be about half and half. I don't know. Either way, because you can't force high quality holmium plates. So holmium is not homie. It's not my homie. All right, iron plates, copper plates. Go back there. Where do these go? You always need more iron until you start running out of copper, and then you need more copper. You need both, and you need a lot of both, and I like that. I don't know. I think C is the correct place for these. They are iconic, but I don't think they belong too high. I don't know. Sticks. I'm gonna put sticks. A hot take, but they're pretty low for me. Because they're only used in buildings, right? And so it's not like you're ever really putting sticks on a belt unless they're just being taken right off the belt because you're dealing with the mall. So I feel like iron sticks are one of those, it's just there to have more recipes in the game type thing, or maybe for lore reasons. But in most places, sticks could be replaced with gears and the game would not feel any different. Other than it would be slightly easier, right? Because then you'd have less things to make. So I don't actually value sticks that high. I think gears are cool. I think they're cool because they densify the iron, right? You know, you need to make, like, one gear is 2 iron. So a belt of gears is kind of this trade-off where you're like, ooh, I need gears in lots of places. And this way I can have less belts on my bus because I can put gears on the bus. But then that means I've locked in the iron to being a gear forever. And so you kind of, yeah, it's a cool trade-off. I like gears. Go gears. Copper wire gets a C because unlike gears, it does not make the item denser. It makes the item less dense. So, but it's also used in circuits and you need lots and lots and lots of it. And I think wire is kind of fun as like a challenge of like, how do you get this many items around your base? Because the number of copper wire per second you need is huge. And I think this item by itself has taught more players the beauty of direct insertion assembler builds, where you have, you know, the classic like 2 assemblers with 3 circuit assemblers feeding it from the other side, which now with the new electromagnetic plants that probably doesn't apply anymore. But the old build, I think, taught a lot of players like, oh, you can have some of the ingredients being inserted directly, and that's a cool thing. So good job, copper wire. Good on you, mate. It's cool because it's always the #1 most produced item. That is true. All right, what's next? Steel? Steel, the workhorse of the base. I do not like the 5-to-1 ratio. I actually think it's kind of too much. And maybe that's just because I played too many mods where it's not 5-to-1. But it's so dense compared to iron. So I can't give it above a C. I don't know if that knocks it down to D, but it definitely keeps it from going up to a B. All right, what's next? Engines, maybe? Ugh, barf. They're slow. They take one thing that's expensive, which is steel, and then 2 things that are really cheap, which is a pipe and a gear. And so you only need like one pipe maker and 1 gear maker for like 20 engine makers. And then, you know what? Those go in D because electric engines need to be even lower. And then they need lube, and you got the pipes everywhere, but you need like 50 assemblers. Oh, it's so much. And you need a lot of electric engines. They're just one of my least favorite things to automate is the engine plus electric engine line. I don't have great reasons for it, but there we are. Explosives. Ooh, exciting. Explosives are What are they? I think explosives are B tier because they tend to make things that are exciting to make. So if you're making explosives, that probably means you're about to have some fun, right? You're about to make some cannon shells, or you know, maybe some, I don't know, what else do explosives make? Cliff explosives, artillery shells, grenades. Explosives are fun. What else is kind of in the earlier game category? Ooh, steam. Steam is interesting. All the fluids. Yeah, foundries making engines could make sense. I could see that. Also the seeds here. Let's go with solid fuel. Well, maybe we should start with oil. Crude oil. Crude oil, I've always liked the oil processing chains and all that comes of it, and the crude oil is the root of all of that beautiful stuff. I think crude oil gets an A. I don't know about S, but it gets an A. Solid fuel, I think, is really cool. You can use it for trains, you can use it to fuel your base, and it's more efficient than coal. I feel like it tends to be pretty strong in mod packs, though that's not something we've been grading things based on. But it is pretty nice. I do like me some solid fuel. So I'll give it a C. Water. I mean water. S or F? It gets in the way. It's annoying. You have to landfill it, but it's also what literally 70% of our bodies are made of. I think water, from an actual gameplay perspective, I think water is just kind of annoying. It's just something you have to pipe around, and you always have enough of it because of how offshore pumps work. Maybe that's part of it. I was talking about offshore pumps in the previous video, where I don't think we gave them a good grade, and I think it's just because they're really boring. They're not that interesting. There's no nuance to offshore pumps. You place one, boom, enough water forever. Especially with the new steam changes. I mean, one offshore pump is enough for an entire giant nuclear plant now. So I don't think water is that interesting as a fluid. I ironically think water got even more boring with Space Age. I like the fluid changes overall, but they now mean that water, you don't even need multiple pipelines of it anymore. Just one pipe is enough forever for everything. The ice, on that note, ice is S tier. I really like the idea of having to get ice and then melt it down into water, and then that's actually a limited resource. That's an interesting mechanic. Ice is S tier. Luke, you don't want water to be hard? But that's what ice is hard water. But yes, no, I get what you're saying, that water being difficult wouldn't be that fun either. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know exactly what I'm saying, but I don't think water deserves to be above C. Water filtration, yeah. It's just hard because I feel like a lot of my complaints, sometimes the answer feels like, well, then it needs to be more complicated for me to like it more, but then it's too complicated for the game. So I think to some level, I've become a jaded player that only finds enjoyment in stuff that's harder than it should be. and I don't know if that makes me the best judge of regular Factorio anymore. Anyway, I'm trying to reorganize the science packs here. There's a lot of science packs. Holy wowzers. All right, let's get to Steam. Where's Steam? I like Steam a lot. Where is it? There it is. Boom, S tier. Apparently, I like two forms of water more than the third. So Steam is cool because, first of all, I've already talked about how I like the heat mechanic and like heat pipes and stuff. And I really like different temperatures of steam having different power capacities, essentially, like how many joules are stored in one unit of steam. I really like that. I really like that now 1 unit of water makes 10 units of steam, and I like steam power. I think it's cool to have steam power early, but then later when you have really cool nuclear power, it's still steam power. It's just hotter steam. So I don't know. I think steam is pretty sweet. I don't know if it should be S though. I think A is more appropriate because it's really not, you know, you've got fusion power, you've got solar power, like it's got some pretty strong competitors. So a water train feels silly, and a pipeline just to get a bit of water also feels stupid. Yeah, I do agree there should be a groundwater pump in the base game, at least on Nauvis. I think that would be nice. Now what? Plastic? Let's grab our kind of core, like, oil processing stuff. Okay, so plastic, heavy, light, and petroleum. I think the changes they made to oil were good. I also think they're hilariously simple, but that the old way oil worked was where pretty much all the new players who got stuck were getting stuck on oil. And so I think from a design perspective, it was good that they made the basic oil processing just like straight up crude to petroleum, but it's made me like petroleum less because of it, because you can just get it. It's too easy. I think it's probably good for the game that it's that easy, but I don't like it. I like the advanced oil cracking into light and heavy oil, and needing to deal with cracking those and needing water for that actually is interesting again, because you're mixing water with another fluid, and that's more interesting. So I like oil cracking as a mechanic. I like the balancing of it. I find it fun. Plastic is cool. I don't know if it deserves above a C though. I think it's just a C. It's plastic. You make it with coal and petroleum. I've always found it kind of annoying that you need coal, because often that's the first thing, and I guess only thing, that you use. Oh yeah, sorry. I'm an old man. When I say new oil changes, yes, I do mean the changes that they made like 5 years ago. Before, I think it was before Factorio 1.0 even released. I don't remember the order it happened in, but yeah, that is the change I'm talking about. Anyway, all that to say, is coal an ingredient in anything else? I guess grenades, right? Is that the only other thing? Grenades, plastic. Oh, and wait, is it in explosives? No, it's just grenades. Yeah, so I do sometimes get annoyed when I'm setting up plastic, because it's like, oh, now I gotta go get a belt of coal from somewhere that I wasn't really ready for. But other than that, I think plastic is fine. And then that brings us to, I think, low density structure, which is just so expensive. I gotta knock it down a peg for that. It's so, I mean, you never knew that so much copper could even exist on the planet until you start making low density structure, and then you just starved for copper forever. Basically impossible. Basically. Let's see. Are there any other default items, or is this all space agey stuff and barrels? Oh, flying robot frames. S tier, because they enable the best thing in the game, which is robots. Yes, please. No, they're kind of annoying with electric engines though. I gotta knock them down a peg for that. They're so slow. Oh, they're so slow. Why are they so slow? It's fine. You just need 20 assemblers for them. Sulfur. Sulfur. Sulfur and sulfuric acid are interesting. How do I feel about these guys? When I look at this icon, does it spark joy? Excuse me. Yeah, I like sulfuric acid. I don't like sulfur though. Sulfur in its solid form has always felt kind of annoying. So I'll leave it at C. I don't have any good reasons to knock it down to D, but I'm not gonna bump it up. Didn't they need to change the cost in Space Age? Of what, Templar? Sorry, I don't know what subject. What else is still on Nauvis? I guess the uranium stuff. Oh, solid fuel. or rocket fuel. Rocket fuel is awesome. I love rocket fuel. I love once you start producing it, and it's just this really dense fuel, and it makes your trains go faster. You need it to produce rockets. You can put it in your tank to go faster. I think rocket fuel is pretty cool. I have zero complaints about rocket fuel. And it's pretty cheap, especially once you get productivity going with your chem plants. Yeah, rocket control units were removed from Space Age. This is interesting that it's here because it's not technically an item you can put on a belt in the game, but it is an item that has a recipe for it in the rocket silo. So that's a little bit of a exception. Anyway, uranium stuff. Let's look at all the uranium goodies here. So uranium, so these are like the recipes, not necessarily the items, because these two are just these three are just recipes. So let's rate the items first then. So the dark green rocks, annoying, they clog up your whole world. You don't care about them unless you're making uranium ammo. And who makes uranium ammo? Uranium ammo has to be one of, spoiler alert for when I get to the military tab, it's like the most loser of all the ammos. And I know some of you are going to be like, oh my god, in my playthrough I needed uranium ammo. But like, by the time you need uranium ammo, if you can't make a wall of lasers that is just in all ways better than turrets, then you're doing something wrong. Or you're playing a different game mode, like, you know, what's it called? You know, the one with all the biters? You know, Death World? There we go, Death World. That being said, it has no use. Its only use is to turn into shiny green rocks, which get S tier, because they're beautiful, and I want to hold one, even though it might kill me. I just want one, and I want to have it on my desk, and I want to hold it and look at it and pet it, and it'll be my little pet shiny rock. So, green tier for shiny green rocks. And then I think B tier for uranium fuel cells. They feel too cheap, I think, which bumps it up in the rankings, but down in the design perspective, because you only need a few shiny green rocks to have enough fuel for what feels like literally forever. And yeah, by the time you get Kovarex going, you have way too many of these, even for the amount of uranium ammo you might want. So, but as far as the fuel cells, I think they're in a pretty good spot. They've got a good amount of power. It feels powerful in a way that's fun, but not so powerful that just a few of them last you the rest of the game or something. And it feels like they're just weak enough that they do push you towards wanting to do the neighbor bonus, right? Of making your nuclear reactors in a square. So, and with the new combinator controls and being able to read the fuel, oh yeah, these are even higher because you can read how many of them there are. And so now it's way easier to control your nuclear plant so that it only burns fuel when it needs to. And that was doable before, but it was much harder. The spent result, I kind of think this is another one of those things where it's like, what's the point? Because you can easily solve this by just storing all of it. It's more just for the people who think it's cool and want to reprocess them that this exists. Because the actual necessity of them existing from a perspective of like saving uranium, it's kind of pointless. As in, you don't need it. You already have so much infinite uranium with this thing. And so I don't really think this is that important. If you're blowing through a ton of fuel cells, these might start to clog up something, but you can just add storage chests. So they feel kind of pointless. Spent cells get a D. And reprocessing of spent cells gets a D for the same reason. It's useful if you really care about it, but in most of the time, in most of the games, for most of the time, you can just store these and not reprocess them, and you will have zero negative side effects for ignoring the fact that they exist. Now, Kovarex. A+ for power level, maybe S. Really strong, gets you infinite shiny bright green rocks, which is important if you want lots of the nuclear fuel or nuclear missiles. Nuclear bombs? Atomic bombs? What are they actually called in this game? One of those three things, I think. Yeah, Vatamouse, that's interesting. Kovarex has simplified it to the point where it's too easy and boring. I actually think these two things would be more interesting if Kovarex reprocessing didn't exist. So it's kind of like pick one. You either do this, and that's how nuclear fuel becomes affordable, or you do this, and that makes nuclear fuel more affordable. But let's be honest, you could have neither of these, and uranium processing alone is enough to fuel quite a lot of gigawatts. A really huge base might need a bit more, but like, I think I did the math, and I think on just one patch of uranium, you can usually run like 400 gigawatts to, or not 400 gigawatts, 400 megawatts to like a whole gigawatt of power off of just this recipe with no productivity of any kind. Or something like that. It's pretty crazy. Anyway, these were here. This I'm going to leave a B tier because it's really nice to have infinite green rocks. This is going to be C tier because it's just what you do. Most of your uranium turns into the dull green sad rocks. Let's just appreciate how fun Kovarex is as a name for a recipe. It is kind of fun that it's named after a person. All right, and the nuclear fuel, so cool. I love to see trains go fast with nuclear fuel. And now we have legendary nuclear fuel, which is even better. And so now, what is going on here? And so now with legendary nuclear fuel, the trains can go zoom big time. But it's really expensive and it only stacks to 1. So A tier. No S tier for you. Oh boy, we're already 30 minutes in. We gotta go faster. Okay. Let's do fish. They spoil now. Fish are so cool. S tier level cool. I don't like that they spoil. That brings them down to C tier for me. Sad. Oh, I forgot about lube. Lube is interesting. I kind of like that it's one of those resources that you want to stockpile. There's not a lot of that going on in Vanilla Factorio. In fact, well, there might be more with Space Age now, but in Vanilla Factorio before Space Age, this was the only thing you ever needed to stockpile, in a sense of like, oh, I don't want to turn all of my heavy oil into petroleum because then I won't have any left to make lube. So you're actually kind of incentivized to like make a stockpile of lube for when you need it, for the blue belts or electric engines or whatever else. So I think that's actually pretty cool. I give that a B, mechanics and design wise. Oh, my throat's killing me. This will probably be the last category we do for today. Do we do Gleba next? Do we do one of the other planets? I think I've gotten everything other than barrels. I guess rocket parts. How do we feel about rocket parts? I think rocket parts get a solid... They're almost too easy now, but they get a solid B. Rockets are cheap to make. You only need 50 rocket parts to launch a rocket. They only need blue chips. No longer do we need rocket control units. So I think they get a B because the new rocket system is pretty fun. It's fun to see a lot of rockets launching. Pretty satisfying. All right, let's start with guess which fluid is which. I have no idea between those three. Which ones? One of them is lube, one of them is cold fluoroketone, and one of them is fluorine, I think. Wait, okay, that's sulfuric acid. And we will do barreling separately, by the way, because this we'll want to measure the merits of barreling each individual fluid. So we will do that, but I'm curious. I don't know which one of these is which. And we'll save that because that's Aquilo stuff. So we'll do that last. But I guess we can talk about barreling now. Barreling water. When do you ever barrel water? Like, who barrels water? F tier. I mean, not true. It's kind of nice. Actually, I totally changed my mind, because it's how you get water in small amounts to places that you need it in small amounts with bots. And you don't need to have a pipeline or a belt or a train. So very nice. To be able to barrel water, and particularly in mod packs, though I know that's not really what we're grading things on, but I feel like barreling water is a lifesaver, because especially in modded games, there's often some recipes that need just a tiny bit of water, and so you really can supply all that you need with bots. As far as these other things, I never ever barrel anything other than maybe crude. Like, it's such a rare occurrence. I'm just putting him in F because I never do it. Like, it's nice that I can, I guess, but I'm not going to give it a high grade. It's kind of like, why would you do that? Just make a pipe. Especially with the new pipelines being as strong as they are, they're just, like, amazing, right? Like, you can do whatever you want with the new pipelines. So it feels really, barreling in general feels more unnecessary than it's ever been before. I'm sure there are still some cases where it's fine, but I don't think I barreled. What did I barrel? I barreled something towards the end of the game. Oh, I had to barrel cold fluoroketone to send to Nauvis for my fusion reactors. That's literally it. That's all that oh yeah, I might have barreled a no, my sulfuric was close to my uranium patch, so I didn't even have to barrel it. But that, I do agree that maybe brings that up half a notch for mining purposes. All right, so moving on. Also, it's interesting, you can't barrel all the fluids. I just kind of assumed you could. Didn't even think about it. All right, let's go Vulcanus. We've already talked about calcite. So let's talk about molten. The molten metals are A tier level. Just insane productivity, insane ease with which to transport. You know, you can throw them in trains if you want to move molten metals around. That's denser than moving plates around in a wagon. So that's pretty great. A barrel of molten iron. It shows up and it's just a solid cylinder of iron now. Lava. Lava's another one of those interesting, like, it's S tier from a power level perspective, but it's F tier from a design perspective. I find it really, again, I think they probably did it right, Wooba, designing the game, but I don't like it. And it's not because they did anything wrong. It's just because it's so unbelievably basic and easy to turn lava into molten metal. It feels like we needed one more layer of complexity or difficulty in maybe we needed a special pump for the lava, or exactly, Game Biter, maybe we needed special pipes for the lava, or maybe we needed to process the lava one step before turning it into the molten metals. It just felt so easy, like cheat code levels of easy. Like I put a offshore pump just directly in a pool of lava. This thing that doesn't look like it could survive being put in a pool of lava, I will add. And then I just dump that into regular pipes, and then I connect that to a foundry, and I'm done. I add a piece of calcite, and now I have infinite everything. I don't know. I didn't love that. It was too easy. I liked Vulcanus overall, but I don't think I really liked the fluid lava. The fluid ingredient of lava I didn't like very much. Visually, the lava pools look really cool, I will say. What else is on Vulcanus? This thing. What is this? This is coal synthesis. That's more of a space platform thing. That's turning carbon into coal, I think. What else was on Vulcanus? I like tungsten carbide and tungsten plates. They just get C. I don't know if we needed two different items. They feel kind of interchangeable. I know one is more expensive than the other, but Like, we only had one holmium plate. Why did we need 2 tungsten plates, basically? I don't know. I guess Vulcanus is already too easy, so maybe I shouldn't complain about one thing that made it harder. Holmium gets a C. Holmium ore already took the hit. He died for holmium sins, so holmium plates can have a C because they're fine. Yeah, like, what if you needed tungsten to make pipes that could carry lava, and before you have pipes that can carry lava, you can only place foundries right next to a pool of lava because there's maybe some sort of building with a flexible hose that could attach. I know I'm really stretching here in terms of how the game mechanics work, but like, the essence of what I'm saying is that what if for a while, until you had tungsten pipes, you could only place foundries right next to the lava pools? You know, something like that would have made it feel a bit more balanced. Lava pools just felt so broken as a mechanic of getting metal and copper. Anywho, am I missing anything, or did we get all the resources on Vulcanus? I think we did. All right, Fulgora. Holmium solution gets a D for our complaints about not being able to easily make quality holmium plates. And is there anything else? Oh, electrolytes. Electrolytes are fine. No complaints about those. Superconductors and supercapacitors. I give supercapacitors a D because it's annoying that you need to offload them to the other planets. Given, I kind of wish everything you needed to make, I don't know. I didn't like supercapacitors, but I don't know why. I think it's because they mostly were only used in equipment. Maybe that's what I'm getting at. Maybe that's what it was. But they probably are fine in C tier. They did what they needed to do. They were mostly unnecessary other than making electromagnetic science and then the equipment. But like, well, I guess what I'm getting at is it's really weird once you shift your frame of reference from, oh, you just need them for a couple pieces of equipment, to like the mech armor, maybe that's what it is, to then the idea of, what if you want a legendary mech armor? Well, now you're not talking you just need a few hundred, you're talking you need a few 100,000 maybe. And that completely changes things, where an ingredient that normally would only show up in small amounts once or twice for certain recipes, now you need massive amounts of it if you want those things to be legendary. So, and that's more of an interesting topic around the idea of quality, is like, there are lots of items in the game in Factorio that previously, before quality existed, you would only ever need it in a few hundred at a time. But now, if you're wanting to farm legendary of a certain thing, a thing that normally you would only need a few hundred of once, you now need a few 100,000 of, which is very different, because that's not something you can just carry in your pocket one time or send one spaceship full of. So, and again, I'm not saying intrinsically good or bad with that. It just is different with quality. All right, on to Gleba. Did we get... I'm saving science. Did we get all the... Oh, scrap. Scrap is A. I love scrap. I thought scrap was a really cool idea. I thought it was really cool that you only mine one thing. I thought it was really cool how it recycled into chance-based, output of a bunch of different things. I really liked Fulgora. Needing to recycle everything was cool. I thought holmium output was on the low end to the point where it kind of was slightly annoying. That's why holmium ore is in the F tier. But scrap as a whole, A level. Loved it. Love it. All right, are we on to Gleba now? Are we on to the Glebes? Oh boy. Now, I know some people would like me to just do this and just keep going, but I'm not going to, because that's not actually how I feel. I really liked Gleba, and those of you that didn't get to see my playthrough or haven't watched it or whatever, I really liked Gleba. I didn't understand a lot of the hate for it. It certainly is the hardest planet. So if you dislike it because of its difficulty, That I can see. Disliking it for its mechanics, I struggled more to see, because for me, it's like, I thought it was the most interesting of all of them. And it was a pain at the beginning when your nutrients that you have are constantly spoiled. Like, it's a little bit of a pain to get started. I think one of my top recommendations was just that I think nutrients could have had a longer spoil timer without too much of a negative impact on anything. So like if these could have lasted 10 minutes or something, because getting things started on Gleba was a little frustrating. Like at the first point you feel really overwhelmed, and then you're like, oh, okay, I've got some nutrients in my pocket, so let me plop down this building and try to see if I can run it. But then like 2 minutes later you're trying to do something again, but now your nutrients have spoiled into spoilage, so then you need to make more nutrients, and it was a bit annoying at first. But the way, when you finally started to get things rolling, it felt really cool. The terrain was hard to see stuff visually for sure. I think concrete cleaning the terrain is something that should be in vanilla. And Jordan, also, we talked about this a little bit earlier, but I do think the overgrowth soil, we ranked it low because the overgrowth soil can't be placed anywhere. I think on Gleba you should be able to place either color of overgrowth soil anywhere. You've worked really hard to get overgrowth soil. You shouldn't still be biome restricted. The problem with biome restricting it is now you're causing players with different map seeds, even in the end game, to not be able to build the same base. And that feels really weird to me. I think once you're in the end game, you shouldn't still be restricted by the map seed having the green and pink biomes in weird shapes or bad placements or whatever. That doesn't feel like something you should have to deal with in the ultra late game. It's not equivalent to ore patches, Alor, because ore patches don't spoil. The distance that an ore patch is doesn't really matter. Not to mention, if you actually want to compare it to ore patches, it's very different because big miners mine about 50 billion ore per second and last forever with beacons, whereas agricultural towers, you actually need a large patch to get a lot of stuff. You can't speed it up with beacons, you can't speed it up with modules. So I actually don't think it's equivalent to ore patches at all. When we're talking about the late game, it's actually very different. But yeah, I mean, as for the actual numbers, that's a different conversation. Like, yeah, it does last for an hour, so you can take it pretty far without it being a big deal. But I do think being controlled by the biomes is a weird thing on Gleba. Anyway, that's kind of besides the point here. Jelly Nut, I liked more than Yumako. I think I have no reason. This is a vibe check thing. Jelly Nut gets a B, Yumako gets a C. Yumako's fine. Spoilage shows up everywhere. No complaints. It is what it advertises itself to be. It is spoiled. It is spoiled stuff, and it does what you want. I like the idea of being able to turn some spoilage back into nutrients, so that's fine. I think it all works. And then nutrients, I'm gonna put as D because of what I just said. I think they spoil too fast to the point where it actually gets in the way of just messing around and holding nutrients for a minute, particularly because the spoilage to nutrients recipe, which is the one you start with, starts the nutrients as being half spoiled. Like, they literally only last 2.5 minutes. That's 200 seconds. No, 150 seconds. They're gone before you blink. Yeah, so nutrients spoil really fast. I don't mind needing them to run the biochambers though on Gleba. And we already talked about this in the previous episode about biochambers. My hope would be that you need nutrients for biochambers on Gleba, but then somehow you either upgrade them or make a different version of them that can run off of something that doesn't spoil on other planets. But anyway, the ore stuff spoils really freaking fast, but I thought it was cool otherwise, and I liked the loop. They were a little bioflux hungry. They eat a lot of bioflux, but that's also sort of fair because you're producing iron and copper out of them, so fair enough. Yeah, Glim, as far as the end game soils, they only let you build in the proper biome. So basically you have to be in a green biome to put down the green soil, which grows the pink plants. The colors are swapped. I understand it's for visual distinction and contrast. It also, I think, is very confusing to have the pink soil grow the green plants. Or the pink soil grows the pink plant, which makes the green stuff. And then the green soil grows a red plant, which makes the red stuff. That's also confusing. Like, if these are swapped, shouldn't these be swapped too? Shouldn't that be a more greenish plant to follow the same pattern? Whatever it is, I think it was somewhat confusing to me. Anyway, Yumako was a C. That's fine. And Yumako mash is a C. I like the jelly a lot. I love the look of it. It looks tasty. I want to eat it. I want to eat a bite of it. I want that jelly. And it makes lots of power for your base when you throw it in heating towers. I'm going to give it an A. That jelly, the gelatinous cube, I think was my favorite thing on Gleba. Seeing big belts of the jelly just go around your base, I just visually looks really cool. I like the jelly. I'm not going to put it at S. That would be ridiculous. But I like the jelly. Oh, yes. Yes. S tier for the eggs. No, not S tier. But it was really fun to have a pile of them spoil in my inventory, because that creates a moment that is unlike any other in Factorio. And it's also really fun that you can produce enemies on demand. So I'll give them an A level. A level. What else we got here? Carbon? Carbon's on asteroids before, or on space platform before it's on Gleba. Oh, the seeds. The seeds I give a C. C for seed. Nothing too crazy going on there. They did what they needed to do. Once you have the biochambers, you start farming extra seeds. Before that, you just are maintaining, so that's all fine. I don't know how to rank this one because I didn't touch them. But given I ranked wood as F, I'll rank this as D because I realize there's quite a lot of utility in planting your own forests so that pollution doesn't spread. So I'll give that slightly higher. Ooh, carbon fiber. Yeah. Carbon fiber. It's fine. It does what it needs to do. It's like tungsten, you know, and holmium. I didn't find it particularly interesting for any reason, but it's fine. Bioflux was cool. I liked the idea of needing both fruits, and you process both fruits into something that spoils quickly, but then you process that back into something that doesn't spoil quickly. I thought was cool for Bioflux. Someone was mentioning this about the agricultural science, which this is probably more a point that we need to make for the agricultural science, but the recipe is too easy because it doesn't require something that spoils quickly. I think the agricultural science should reflect more on your overall production line, but because Bioflux spoils in 2 hours, it's not a fast enough spoilage time where you actually feel pressured to make your whole thing efficient to get relatively unspoiled agricultural science. Because the eggs also have like a 15-minute timer, and they get produced with the max timer. So it's really easy to make agricultural science that's kind of unspoiled. Tree seeds are kind of a decoration. Yeah, it is cool that you can plant trees. I do think, though, one issue is that you can't plant trees in the desert, which, again, I know lore-wise is how actual trees work in real life. But I think one of the things you want as the Factorio engineer is to have control over the environment. And feeling like, oh, well, I started in a desert biome and I have literally no way to even plant trees now. Whereas it just makes it feel even more up to random chance rather than your progress through the game. So I think if you could plant seeds in the desert, that would be nice, but they made it so that's not possible. You know, just make it so that you have to feed your agricultural tower with water, and then you can plant them anywhere. I think most players would prefer that over not being able to plant them in the desert. I feel like I'm missing something for Gleba, but I don't see anything. All right, well, I guess we'll move to Aquilo then. And then I guess space. I mean, carbon is probably going to get a C no matter what. It's fine. It shows up in space and on Gleba, so. I do like that you can turn spoilage into carbon. That was fun. All right, on to Aquilo. Let's see. Ammonia Ocean, cool mechanic. I give it a B. Not having water. But that's this stuff. That's the ammonia. Lithium. Okay, so quick thought. I'm trying to think of just which items it applies to. I felt that Aquilo was way too fast. It just felt really easy to get lithium. Like, okay, you mine the brine, you do the thing, you combine it with holmium, boom, lithium plates. It just, I don't know, it was kind of a bing, bang, boom, done situation. But I don't think that's a knock on any of these in particular. I think maybe I liked collecting it as a fluid. Maybe this step felt too easy. I'm gonna knock that down a peg. And then fluorine. I don't know. It felt easy too. It's like, okay, well, you get the fluorine and then you just mix it with two things that you already have to make the other stuff, and now you have the fluoroketones. But the fluoroketone is a cool. I like the hot cold loops. I've always liked those in mod packs, and I'm really happy that we finally have that in base level Factorio. So I think that's really cool. So I'll give those a B. And then the quantum processors are cool. I'll give those a B just because they're neat and expensive, and they require something from every planet, which is neat to have that thing that requires all the things. I do think it was weird that we needed more holmium than anything else on Aquilo. Like, that felt like an interesting decision, because like you need all three things for this guy, but for the lithium you only needed holmium, which probably has its root in how real life works. I don't know, but anyway. Plasma, S tier, so cool. I love plasma. Who doesn't? I wish we could weaponize it. You know, point a fusion generator at an enemy and open the hatch and see what happens. But apart from that, fusion reactors are really cool, so the plasma gets an S. Shooby-Doo, yes, it is all of the above. You can see our grading criteria here at the bottom. It's kind of, especially with the intermediates, a lot of it is just vibe check, because these are kind of all necessary. So a lot of the grade for these is based on either what they make or how much we like them. Game Biter, I loved Aquilo. I felt like it was too short, was kind of my sadness about Aquilo. Okay, so now let's talk about biter eggs. Biter eggs, we kind of touched on this with the captive biter spawner ranking. A really cool mechanic. Weird that they look like pine cones, and a little bit weird that you have to transport them back to Gleba. Kind of a cool like bounce back and forth to get the overgrowth soil, but that's fine. What's this? Coal synthesis. That's a C. It's something you needed. It's a fine recipe. It lets you make coal out of carbon. Thruster fuel. Totally fine. I liked it. I mean, it's very easy and simplistic. You know, I think they did a good job with that. I like that they gave you a second recipe for it when you got more advanced, so you could use the calcite to make it a little cheaper. But it didn't really feel like it was that expensive in the first place. Coal synthesis felt more like a D because yeah, I guess it's hard because you do need it on a space station, so it's not a very powerful recipe. So it is a D in that sense. But it also is like, I think it's supposed to be expensive to make coal in space. So in that sense, it's doing what it's supposed to. How do I feel about the recipe? That's really how we need to grade this. How do I feel about coal synthesis? I think it's a C. All right, so we're getting down to the brass tacks here. Fusion. Now, I gave fusion itself an A tier. Can I give the fuel cells a higher tier than the actual thing? I don't think so. I think fusion should be an A. And then these things are just barreling ketones. I think this is barreling cold fluoroketones. That gets a B because it's fine and it's what you need to do for fusion stuff. Barreling fluorine and the other hot ketones you'd never do. Whatever. Those are Fs. I think that's what those are. All right, now on to the science packs. All right, so let's arrange them in gameplay order. Military goes there. Yes, okay. So, red science. Red science is the one science that I think every player who's ever played Factorio actually has completed. If you haven't done red science yet, you haven't even really played the game. Like, this is almost like if you've done it, you've played the game. If you haven't done it, you haven't really played Factorio yet. You've made 2 pieces of iron in it. So I don't know if it gets S for that though. Red packs go in everything. They're iconic. They are the science, but I'll give them A. Green science, I always felt like is this really interesting bump up because it's like it's more expensive and it's more complex, but it's still really easy. Like red and green feel very close together, whereas green and blue feel way further apart than that. So I'll keep green at C. I'll put military science. I don't like military science. I don't like making it. I often don't like doing the researches that need it because I don't do the military that much. I'm putting it at D. I don't like having to make grenades and walls for a science pack. I actually dislike this one for the same reasons. I don't like having to make electric furnaces and rails. It's very interesting because from a game design perspective, I mean, they literally talked about this when they changed it. They do that so that the player doesn't have as much friction in their playthrough because they were going to make electric furnaces anyway, right? And then they also want purple science. And so you end up doing both at the same time. You only need to make electric furnaces once, and now you have electric furnaces and you don't need it separately, right? And so that's nice, but at the same time, and I mean, green science is the same thing, but they're such cheap buildings that doesn't feel like it's quite the same. It's nice, but personally, I don't think I don't need that kind of hand holding where like you pigeonhole me into making the building I need to make by telling me I need to make that building for a science. And so I think I prefer the ones that use intermediates as ingredients rather than buildings. Nullius, first, like I really liked Nullius. It's actually one of my favorite overhaul mods of all time. So I'll just start by saying that. It is one of my favorite overhaul mods of all time. I did find the, like, to make a building, you need these buildings, and to make this building, you need these buildings, and it's just like this crazy chain of buildings being ingredients in other buildings. And it's like, wait a second, like, are there any intermediates in this whole thing? So, anywho. Blue science. I feel like blue science gets a B for being blue, and it also gets a B for being, it's the gateway to the game. It feels like once you've gotten Chem science, you really start to get to play the game. Like you get to start to unlock all sorts of cool things. A lot of the fun techs are locked behind blue science. Feels like things are really getting going there. Space. Space is interesting. Space, I think, gets a D. It's so cheap. I like it. So, I mean, maybe that makes it a B because it's so easy. It's just really easy. I liked making my first space platform. It was really fun. It's either a B or D. I don't feel neutral on it. Whatever it is, it's not C. It feels like it's really it was really easy to make enough for the entire game. I guess I wish I needed to make more, which means I liked it, which means maybe it should be B tier. Because I kind of wish the game had given me a reason to amp up my space science production, and it never did. But that's just true of all the packs to some level, just because the SPM that you need is going up, but they also give you biter labs and productivity modules, and you take longer to do things as you're playing later and later in the game. So the needed SPM, even though the needed science for each research is going up, I feel like your needed SPM as a player is not really going up that much as you go throughout the game. And on top of that, you're getting more productivity. So I really never felt like I needed to ramp up science production, like at all, which I think is fine gameplay wise. I think a mod pack can fix that for players that want it different. Space has 0 ongoing cost. Yeah, that's kind of one of the things I was thinking about too, is once you set it up, you never need to touch it again. But that's true of other science packs, assuming you have your iron and copper patches are, still going. So it feels different, but it's also not. I think it's just mainly different because it's in space and it's not touching your other infrastructure. All right, yellow is the one that gets you logistics science, so that's an A. And by that I mean the one that gives you requester chests and logistics bots doing the thing you want them to do. All right, now we get to these packs. I thought these packs were all actually pretty fine. I don't have too many. The only thing is the agricultural pack might be a little easy to create in a very unspoiled nature, but at the same time, I don't think Gleba should have been harder. Requester chests are space, not yellow. Is that true? Really? I thought something was still behind yellow. Oh, wow. Well, in that case, we're switching those. I had that backwards in my mind. I thought we still needed this to get requester chests. Yeah, the logistics system, I'm looking it up. It's in the Space Age mod. Yeah, behind space science. Okay, cool. All right, this guy, cryogenic packs. They look the coolest. I mean, they gotta be at least B tier on that alone. And I don't think I can take them higher than that though. They're fine. You gotta bring all the various things to Aquilo to make these, and then you send them back. I think I maybe was hoping it felt a bit more epic once I made this. It kind of was like, well, it's just like the other three. I think I wanted this one to feel a bit more unique compared to the other three. It kind of felt like the same thing over again. And then there's this guy, which I didn't actually make in my playthrough. I got close. I got to the point where I had Promethium chunks on the ship. I just didn't fly it back over Navis and collect biter eggs because something. What was the reasoning? Something. I don't remember. I don't remember why I didn't want to do it. Maybe because there's just too much of a pain in the butt. But it's only used in one place, so that knocks it down a grade because it's kind of a boring research. Like, it's not even an exciting one. It's an exciting boost to get more free research, but actually, no, I digress. It's not an exciting boost to get free research. It's nice as a player when numbers go up, yes, but again, it's back to that idea of, is it really that interesting to look at your tech tree and see the research that used to cost 2,000 has a slash through it, and now it says 1950. It's like, oh, a discount. Like, that's all it is, and that's the only thing it does. So it's a pretty boring usage. I do wish there was something that that you... Oh, I was out of quantum processors. That's what it was. Thank you. I was completely out of quantum processors, and we were needing to wait for like the carbon fiber to work its way through the whole system to give me more. And yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, I was definitely too lazy to do something. I remembered that much. Anyway, all that to say, I don't think this science is that interesting. I think on the one hand, it's good to have some end game stuff that doesn't have too much important behind it. Otherwise, then it feels like it's not really an end game thing. It's a thing you need to do to beat the game. It also felt like it could have been slightly more than just one of the most boring numbers in the game, which is like research costs go down, because that's all it does. Which is a similar complaint that I ended up figuring out. This was after the video. My complaint about the Biter Labs, or are they called Bio Labs officially? I don't remember. But the Biter Labs, I think, were boring to me, and I gave them a lower grade. At the end of the day, I think it's because what they actually do is just give you that discount. They cross out the previous price of your entire tech tree, everything that said 2,000, cross it out. Now it's got a 1,000 written next to it, and that's all it does. Whereas productivity researches are at least slightly more interesting because more items end up on belts, and that means you need to deal with more transportation of them, and you might use them faster. But reducing the cost of the researches doesn't change a single shred of what's going on in your base. It just means that when you're actually consuming the packs, they get consumed slightly slower. And like, it is a strong bonus, don't get me wrong. It's just not an interesting bonus. Like if you're mega basing and going late, surely you will do it. It's just not that interesting. That's all. But not everything needs to be interesting. I also want to point out, like, engines are important. I might put them in the D tier, but that doesn't mean that they're bad, right? Not everything needs to be interesting in your game. Sometimes you can just have a boring bonus here or there. That's fine. All right, we did it. Tier Maker. We have done the Intermediates tab. I hope you guys have enjoyed this. It's been a lot of fun doing this. I'm excited to do the rest. We still have the Space tab and the ordering of planets to talk about, so that'll be the next video, and then the final one will be the military, and then we will have done all the stuff in the game. And I could even do one for enemies, but that feels a little boring because it would just be talking about biters, asteroids, and pentapods, and demolishers. I guess there's 4 categories of enemy. Maybe we could do an enemies one. It's hard though, because I feel like we'll probably just talk about the enemies in the military thing. I don't think we're going to tier list every single enemy because they're kind of all the same, just at different difficulty levels. So that's probably not worth its own video. We'll just talk about the enemies in the military one. Anyway, as always, thank you guys for watching. Let me know what you think down in the comments. If you're here live, stick around. We'll chat for a few more minutes. But from those of you in the future from YouTube, thank you for watching. I'll see you next time. All right, that was fun. I honestly would do another one, but my voice is killing me, and I think I need to be done. You would disagree with my copper wire placement. What were you saying again, Monotoast? Can you restate your disagreement? It increases size on belts, making some interesting designs. So you're thinking it should be higher because of how it's less dense than copper, and therefore you need to think of interesting ways like direct insertion. That's why I had it at C and not D. Yeah, Jordan, lava is D because it's easy and not very interesting. And also kind of lore breaking. Lava is just like you plug it in and it works and you don't need any special anything and it gives you infinite everything, and I don't know. Just felt weird. Blue Science opens up and starts the whole game, but you put it in B. B is pretty strong. I don't know, it's still just a science pack. I also don't love I feel like blue is so much harder than green that knocks blue down a little bit. Like, it's a huge gap. Lots of people get a base that has red and green science, and then it feels like this, like, making blue science. Like, it's this giant project compared to green science. White science is an F because it has the flat bottom. I think that's because it fits. I think it should be that way. It's interesting people are saying different, because if the white one looked like these other ones, it would be out of order, because you make the white one before you make yellow and purple. So it would be weird to have the flat bottom, flat bottom, flat bottom, round bottom, flat bottom, flat bottom, round bottom, round bottom, round bottom. I don't know. That would feel weird to me. So I actually think it makes sense. Vulcanus kind of felt like baby's first planet. Yeah, it really did. When I was kind of grading the difficulties, it felt like the difficulty of Vulcanus was so low, it felt like I had cheat codes enabled. You know, it was absurd. I think power was too easy on Vulcanus. And when you couple that with how free and cheap and easy lava is to make plates, and how little calcite you need. You don't even need a lot of calcite. Like, there's so many little tweaks that they could have done to make Vulcanus a little bit harder, but they just left it on like developer mode. You know, it's like, oh, you only need 1 calcite instead of 10, or you only need, you know, a tiny bit of lava instead of a ton of lava, or you only need, or this makes that much high temperature steam instead of less. It felt like there were a lot of things on Vulcanus they could have made a little bit harder, but they didn't, and so it just stayed super duper duper easy. You can make space after purple and yellow, that's true, but I don't think most people do that order now that it's unlocked as soon as you're in blue. All right, I gotta get out of here. This has been really fun, though. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. I will be streaming again on, I think, Thursday with the rest of these. So I will see you guys again then. Let's go. Since we received multiple raids, I feel obligated to raid somebody else. Unfortunately, nope. Nobody I know. Raiding is such a social strain. I don't feel comfortable raiding random people, so I will not. All right. See you guys later.